Міжнародної науково-практичної простір 2023. Сьогодні ми продовжимо розглядати нагальні питання розвитку
We continue discussing important issues of the geospatial structure, management of land resources and methods of acquiring geospatial data for further development of Ukraine and sustainable development of territories.
Recording in progress.
We also have two important events today, 70 years to the Department of Information System and Territories, as well as the Faculty of Photogrammetry. Our conference is supported by the Ministry of the Agriculture and Food Products of Ukraine, State Service of
Recording stop.
інфраструктури України
Recording in progress.
and Ministry of the Development of Communities and Territories. My name is Nadia Lazorenko. I'm the Associate Professor of the Faculty of Photogrammetry, member of Ukrainian Association of Geodesics and Cartography, and research fellow of the Research Institution of Geodesic and Cartography. We are grateful to the defenders of Ukraine, members of Ukrainian Armed Forces, for making this conference possible. Please let's pay the tribute to those who gave their life for freedom, independence, and sovereignty of Ukraine with a minute of silence. Glory to Ukraine. I will remind you the rules of safety during the air raid alarm. In case of the air raid alarm, you are kindly asked to go to the bomb shelter, which is located on the first floor of this building. After the end of the alarm, within 20 minutes, the conference will continue. And now the floor is given to the rector of the university, Professor Petro Kulikov.
Вітаю ще раз вас.
Good morning, dear friends. I welcome you at our conference. First of all, I would like to congratulate the department with the 70th anniversary, because this is one of the most important departments of our university. Everything begins with the Geospace. Any construction begins with that. And you always support all these construction works. I'm not going to praise you. The most important thing is that we are facing a lot of work rebuilding our state, and everything begins with new cartographic works, new acquisition should be made, territorial communities should be rebuilt, and there is a lot of work in that. Therefore, we have to train good experts who would be able to do their work at the highest level of quality. And also, we have to make friends with our employers. And with their assistance, with their help, we would upgrade the level of our graduates. And I wish
Сьогоднішня конференція, я думаю, що ви знайдете
everybody success, and I hope that at this conference you will find consensus and it will be useful for all participants. Thank you, my friends, and I would like to congratulate you on behalf of the founder of the department who paid a lot of efforts to make this department an important element. So once again, I wish you success, and I will always render you all possible support. Thank you. Thank you for congratulations. The floor is given to interim chair of the State Service of Geodesic Cartography and State Cadastre, Dmitro Makarenko. A lot has already been said, and I would like to remind you the results of yesterday's conference. I would say that
І коли ми говоримо геопростір,
the word Geospace has become a sort of brand. We are talking already, saying that this is a platform which unites researchers and experts from the private sector and the public sector. As we saw yesterday, representatives from the authorities, students, and stakeholders, other organizations, which means exchange of opinions, expertise, new plans for the development and rebuilding, which in the current situation is probably one of the most important things. Therefore, I would like to thank the organizers once again for excellent program, for very topical presentations. And I would like to say that we will continue supporting students,
учасникам конференції хотів би побажати плідної та цікавої дискусії.
on the way to our common goal. So I wish you all fruitful and interesting discussion. Thank you, Dmitro. The floor is given to the head of the Land Reform Direction, our partner and assistant in developing curricula and training courses, like such courses as spatial development, integrated geospatial data. Sergei Koba,
Нашого університету він захищав
head of the program USAID Agro. He graduated this university 2012 as postgraduate and acquired the PhD at this university. Thank you, colleagues. I think this is a great honor to welcome you the second day of the conference. We see professionals here. I'm very pleased to be here. Yes, I defended my
Знову в цьому приміщенні.
dissertation here.
Програма USAID Agro ми постійно
The program is at Agro. We support implementation of the national infrastructure of geospatial data in Europe.
і ще
We started this work a long time ago. That time I worked for the World Bank when these ideas were offered. Then the law was adopted, all necessary regulatory documents. It was a very difficult part of work. So I would like
останні декілька років не були
to congratulate all those who were involved into this process. And I think that this is one of the most progressive attitude and approach to the development of geospatial
відверто
data
сказати.
infrastructure in Ukraine. I must say that I'm very proud of this. And one of the most important tasks which we face is to implement those legislative decisions at all levels, beginning with the communities and up to the the public authorities. Therefore, we supported setting up the
Мабуть, сьогодні почуємо під час дискусії більш детальних.
development of documentation for the system, and we know that about 10 central executive authorities, 14 oblast administrations, and about 800 communities have registered at the National Geo portal, and this is an important information because half of the country has been working already with the National Geospatial
навчальних роликів. Це
information system
найбільший
portal.
зараз такий спеціальний курс.
I think that there was a biggest special course organized for the experts in the area of geospatial data. The training was organized for more than 200 experts and managers from the executive authorities, and we will continue this process in two directions. First, we will help and support training how to use the geospatial data, and as well as we will support universities for them to prepare relevant experts who would come to communities and to continue the work which has been now in progress. At the moment, our sector faces
Єдиної картографічної основи для всіх
a lot of
кадастрів.
problems. I think the biggest one is the filling of the cadasters and registers. And I think that there is a trend to set up separate information systems, but everything should be combined and subordinated to single standards, which was started by the State Geocadastral Institute of Geodesic and Cartography, experts from the university, and I would like to thank the personnel of university, those who participate in this, those who are
Важливої конференції побажати,
present
продовжити
here, those who are not present here, would like to congratulate with this success, and I wish them continue active work on developing the national geospatial structure. Thank you. Thank you, Sergey, for warm welcoming words. As I've said, today our department is celebrating 75th anniversary, and the floor is given to
Наук, професору кафедри геоінформатики і фотограметрії Олені Нестеренко.
Department Olena Nesterenko. Thank you. Once again, I would like to welcome all the present at the second day of our work. I'm very happy to see here our graduates. We're always happy to see you come visit us. And also, I would like to wish you all fruitful discussion. But I would like to thank the father of this department,
Від нас.
who had been the dean of the faculty of this department for 20 years. And I'd like to present him with these flowers as a sign of gratitude, token of gratitude for the basics and principles which you developed at our department. Those who are present here were taught by you. You taught me, you taught the others. And we will try to develop and improve the results of your work. I wish everybody fruitful work, nice presentations, interesting discussions, and please say some words as the father of the department, Stepan Lutenko, dean of the department, who had worked for 20 years and established the train of scientific thought at this department. He was the dean since 1994 till 2014.
Шановні, мені дуже приємно, що мене запросили.
I'm very pleased to be invited to this important event. But I congratulate you sincerely. I congratulate the leadership of the university, and I thank the leadership of the university for supporting such events and raising our image. This is a very important event this day. As far as I studied here for 5 years and 51 a year I worked here as a lecturer and the dean of the department. I would like us to pay a tribute of memory to those who stayed at the beginning of this department. This is Professor Viduyev, as well as Associate Professor Krumnitz. Those are people who opened this specialization, geodesic, worked very successful at a time we had very broad international contacts. Sweden, Poland, Germany, Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, and recent times we even have some contacts with the United States. So we have very broad contacts, used to have and we have now. We had contacts with all the republics of the former Soviet Union. We trained researchers for them. We had very friendly relations at our department. I don't know how things are there now, but more than 10 doctoral dissertations were defended at our department, not only for our university, but for other universities in our country. So I want to thank once again the leadership of the university, of the department, for inviting me. I'm very happy. This will give me more life, strength in life, that you remember me. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. And we thank you, Petro Musevich, for support. And we need some stimulation to continue our work at our department. Now the floor is given to Nadia Yurievna.
Мені доручили таку роль сьогодні побути голосом
I was appointed the voice of our faculty. Our faculty was set up in 1972. It was named Faculty of Automation of Geodesic Measurements, and the first chair of the faculty was Associate Professor Krumelev. The current chair, Doctor and Professor, Deputy Head of Ukrainian Association of Geodesic and Cartography, Yuri
завжди нами керує. Всі його слухають.
Karpinski will be with us online today. Also today we have Anatoly Leshchenko with us, professor, who will also make their presentations online because they cannot arrive personally here. At our faculty, there are 7 doctors, 7 associate professors, to lectures, for assistant person.
Це розроблення методичних основ формування
Now,
національної
Major directions of our research is the national infrastructure of geospatial data, setting up the base of geospatial data for cartographic activities for state cadastres, implementation of modern methods of collection of geospatial data, including geospatial analysis and modeling,
України.
various
Дуже
applied tests for the economy and defense of Ukraine. I thank our guests
не розпочинаю.
for welcoming words and for the support. And we start our work. We have welcomed and thanked the leadership and those who set up this. But we have another important segment of training. This is a driving force which demands further development from us. These are our students, and they're also part of this life.
Можливо, десь в них там щось не виходить, але вони живуть цим життям. Це яскраві роки. І від них такий вітальний ролик від наших студентів, які є зараз, і трішечки від тих, хто вже випустився. Те, як вони бачать факультет, що вони тут отримали, не отримали, що вони хочуть бачити. Тому такий невеличке кіно від наших студентів, і тоді вже ми розпочинаємо офіційну наукову частину. Дякую.
Є така професія геодезист, я не знаю, хто це. Взагалі це було позитивне враження, бо я, чесно кажучи, ще не зустрічала таку дружню атмосферу. Але ти мені сказала на факту, що така професія, такий, чого ви? Наш факультет довів мені, що не треба сильно психувати, не боятися робити все, при чому всього. Перше правило, я знаю, перемість, але потім починається з того. Діти не дійснують без співради, без совісті, без фіксування своїх дій, без сімейних сім'ї. Оце є поруч, які допоможуть, які дадуть по голові і скажуть, не спокойся, це буде добре. А потім у нас немає боргів, ми все здаємо вчасно. Я дуже рада, що я навчалася на найкращому факультеті І зараз я хочу привітати всіх студентів, всіх викладачів, декана факультету Нестеренко Олени Вікторівни з тим святом. Я хочу побажати побільше перемог, побільше позитивних емоцій, багато різних виступів, наукових конференцій, волонтерської діяльності, багато незабутніх спогадів. Я хочу побажати вам, щоб на вашому факультеті були тільки найкращі студенти, дуже активні, розумні, виховані. Я бажаю всім студентам, щоб для вас це був найкращий час, як це було для мене. Щоб навчання на факультеті принесло вам багато друзів, багато спогадів і багато досвіду.
Хочу вам подякувати за наполегливість викладачів, здобуті знання і відзнайдених друзів.
Цей факультет став мотивацією для багатьох талантливих людей та професіоналів своєї справи. Нехай він далі залишається таким. Мені хочеться побажати терпіння, натхнення і щоб переможетесь.
Так, дякуємо нашим студентам. Да, от таке у них життя. Хто і навчаються, і виступають, і волонтерять, і займаються, десь розвиваються. Тому основний леб, який ми намагаємося далі і таку тему впроваджувати, що ЄСУД – це родина, яка спільно йде до перемоги, переживає якісь негаразди та завжди підтримує один одного. Тому ще раз ми вітаємо всіх випускників, студентів, викладачів з святом, з днем народження. Вітаємо з відкриттям другого дня конференції і переходимо до першої секції. Бажаємо всім плідної дискусії, цікавих доповідей. Дякуємо. До роботи.
Працювати, не святкувати. Ще маленьке оголошення. Дякую студентам, дякую випускникам. І ми ініціювали сьогодні зустріч випускників. Тому ті випускники, які є в залі і які є з нами, вам щиро дякую, що ви там зупинили на паузу своє робоче життя. Ті випускники, які зараз за кермом і на роботі, і керують, і працюють, і фахівці, і наші діти. Я вам дуже дякую. Ми вас всіх чекаємо на 16:00, хто зараз не з нами в залі. Тому чекаємо тут, на Великій вченій раді, о 16:00. А зараз ми розпочинаємо офіційно наукову частину, секцію номер 1, яка називається «Інфраструктура геопросторових даних для сталого розвитку територій. Геоінформаційні технології для відбудови України». І з презентацією запрошується виконувач обов'язки голови Держгеокадастру Дмитро Макаренко. Прошу. Презентація виведена, будь ласка.
Раз, працює. Так, доброго дня ще раз, колеги.
Colleagues, everyone, this is the second day and the second presentation. Mine, the topic is the same, but the presentation is different. Yesterday we spoke about NSDI as a system of data, and today we will speak about this system as it stands today. And I would like to start
Щось воно не так з НІГД вчора, напевне. Так, чекайте. А воно щось якось в мене...
Wait a minute, bear with me for a second because there's something wrong with the slide presentation.
Ні. Ось воно якось перемикається саме.
Well, somehow it switches on and off on its own accord. I wanted to speak about the NSDI yesterday, and it shows me the slides about NSDI as it stands today. No, 18 years plus. Well, this is quite a long stretch of time, and I show it in a bold font because I want to emphasize that the NSDI has been developed in Ukraine for quite a while. Why did I mention 18 years here? Because the first fundamental achievements was at the time when the EU put in place the Inspire initiative. But the bad news about it is that there was no political will at that time in Ukraine to approve this initiative at the legislative level and to implement it. The four attempts to shape the legal framework for NSDI failed. The reason being the political instability and low level of awareness about the advantages and possible efficiency of NSDI. There was a lack of political drivers. We needed a kind of a banner in this work. NSDI is quite a complicated topic, and there was no political drive to support it. But then it came about when a legislative package of land reforms came to the consideration of the parliament. This drive came to be.
Отримали
So
закон.
the framework was created, and we received a law, technical regulations. But what has to be added here? NSDI is a comprehensive system which includes many elements. Yesterday, I briefly spoke about the research and the methodology of the World Bank, which was run for us by international experts. So as regards the level of readiness of NSDI for operation, Ukraine got 35 points out of 100, according to that methodology. It's hard to say whether this is good or bad. Probably this just shows that there's a lot of work ahead of us. But a lot had been done even before. All necessary legal acts and bylaws were put in place. Yesterday I spoke about major recommendations in that respect, so I'm not going to repeat that, but I want to say that all those recommendations are related to governance, the development of technologies, the development of human resource. And on each of them, there are positions in which international experts advised us how to act. The ministry and the state cadastre separately will not be able to implement all the activities that you see enumerated on the screens. That's why we speak about coordination, about cooperation with research institutions, which will make it possible for us to get this process off the ground. During the latest meeting, which happened before the large-scale invasion, and it was attended by different stakeholders. For that, we developed together with USAID and Geodesy and Cartography Institute, we presented the document which we developed, a plan which is a kind of a set of which has recommendation status. And in order to implement such global things, one should have a certain budget. But in Ukraine, each ministry has its own budgetary constraints, which makes it impossible to implement such a large-scale plan. It's just not possible. All the stakeholders confirmed that the activities included in the plan are among their priorities. And all those activities were split up into 7 main areas, which were recommended to us by international experts. Those are administrative activities, legislation, financial resources, geodata, which is one of the major ones, the development of partnership, qualification, upgrade, continuing education, and so on. And actually, we have to explain all this in detail to make it straightforward. Talking about the challenges which open up new opportunities for us, I can say that in 2023, it was very difficult to speak about development because there was no telling how the February of that year would end, because there was a war. Nothing worked, services did not work, geoportals also stopped their functioning.
Цього таймлайну
But as we see from this timeline, 2022 has become sort of decisive one, because we managed to restart the technical work on NIGS, and with the help of USAID Agro developed the feasibility study for the portal. We managed to start up registration of the central authorities, executive authorities, and local self-governments. In January, we presented use cases. We had 2 meetings of the NIGS Council. We paid attention to training, and what is the most important is that we managed in 2023 to allocate budgetary funds for development of the portal. So in fact, the presence of political will is not a guarantee of success, because the pilot project on NIGS was approved in January 2020. In March 2023,
програма і виділено перші кошти. 3 роки.
the budgetary program was approved. Therefore, when we are talking about political will, we should clearly understand that besides this, we need necessary resources, and we need to have access to these resources now. And I'm happy that the work has started, and that by the end of the year, we will get a more operational geoportal. It's the industrial version. Today, Sergei Kuba spoke about statistics on geoportal. You have the obsolete data, Sergei, because in fact, more than 1,000 communities has registered, 1,193, which is 71% of all communities in Ukraine. And I want to cite that all the oblast administrations have registered, 100% of them. We see that Vinnytsia, Odessa, Volyn, Poltava, and Kharkiv oblasts have been registered 100%. I don't want to speak about those who are the lowest figures. I think they will correct their behavior, but central authorities, executive authorities are registered, but registration on the geoportal is not all. This is only a realization of the fact that NIGS may be used by the stakeholders. The next step should be registration of metadata. We must understand what data we do have, how topical they are, how modern they are, and what can we do with this. And after that, when geoportals start operations and the access to information is open, we will speak about de facto integration with the help of services, data, and information from other stakeholders. What was done, I want to say that these are permanent consultations and informing about the progress, functional results, how the information on the Geo portal can be used. This is also feasibility study for Geo portal. And the beginning of work, I would like to speak about financial and technical support besides budget funds with the support of the donors who yesterday spoke, especially Japanese Agency of International Cooperation. We managed to get 3 batches of equipment necessary for our functioning. I didn't press anything. So for creation and functioning of Geo portal as well as map fund, so material foundation has been laid up and without the budgetary funds. So this is an extremely important support, especially at these very difficult times for Ukraine. Want to say separately about creation of geospatial data. Indeed, we are currently facing the choice. Everybody tells us, local authorities and central executive authorities tell us that
цифрова топографічна
they
карта.
need the basic set of geospatial data, a map in the scale 10,000. The amount of financial resources which we need for its renovation is quite substantial. It is clear that the budget, the market maybe are currently not able to do this work. We are in the process of negotiations and always the meetings with international partners. We inform them about the need for such support, and we hope that we'll manage to get to agreement. But nevertheless, in 2023, we finished work and provided 8.5 square kilometers of digital topographic maps in the scale 25,000. I know that for
Містобудування ця карта не зовсім підходить, але вона була
always suitable, but the others needed it. Those organizations which in the higher priority for the whole country. At the same time, on the support of Japanese Agency of International Cooperation, we are working on renovation of digital topographic maps for 3 cities of Ukraine in the scale 10,000. These are Mykolaiv and Kherson. Why these cities? Because Japanese
на тих територіях, які постраждали найбільше.
Launching and investing into the renewal projects. Therefore, we selected these 3 cities. Later on, we'll talk about other Ukrainian cities. Also, I'd like to say about training courses organized by USAID. 140 experts were trained. 191 expert specialists were trained. It was effective and useful, and now we hope that USAID will support us in organizing such courses for territorial communities, because they always ask us when do we start, but we so far keep it secret. That's it, basically. This is the NIGS today, and what will it look like tomorrow depends on all of us. But we're absolutely sure that it will be. And in view of the video from students, I'm absolutely sure that we have a good future in front of us. Thank you. Thank you, Dmitro, for being the driving force, major supporter of NIGS from political point of view. Thank you for supporting our department and faculty. And I must say that State Geocadastre is a major employer of ours. And now the floor is given. The sound disappeared, unfortunately. I don't know who she's inviting on Zoom. Somebody on Zoom. The quality of sound is good. I think the request is to N.T. Jacobson, Doctor of Science, is expert on topographic mapping, and the head of the National Land Service of Finland. He's going to speak on some thoughts, next steps in geospatial and location information management.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you well and see your presentation, please. The floor is yours.
So thank you for the kind invitation to have this presentation. And I'm Antti Jakobson from the National Land Service Finland, and I have been working with the geospatial area about more than 30 years. So I think I have some ideas what are the next steps in geospatial and location information management, which I'm trying to share with you today. I'm also running this location innovation hub, which is one of the projects that is funded by the European Union, and these are part of the European digital innovation hubs that have now been established in all the EU countries. I will talk a little bit about that as well. So if we talk about general trends, basically, as you probably everybody understand, that the utilization of geospatial data will increase. There's a huge data explosion of data, and therefore the increase of the data will be important for many areas. One of the consequences, for example, what has happened in Ukraine is that there's a need to increase the data governance. So there's a kind of balance with the security issues and balance with the openness of the data. Obviously, there are new possibilities through data integration with other data. Basically, that means that in order to, for example, work with climate change, there's a need to do this data integration with other data. There's a need to work with the climate, for example, with the cities, growing cities, etc. So that kind of smart city initiatives are very important in that sense. So it means that we have to integrate various different data sources together, and that is a challenge in this area as well. Obviously, we can see that there's a merge of the national digital twins in Europe in general. So many countries are now developing these digital twins. And they obviously offer very much opportunities to national mapping agencies as well to develop their production. There's a need, there are more solution on accurate positioning. So we can see that in many industrial areas, for example, in ports, for example, there's a need to manage things and need to kind of know where things are very accurately. So that is one area that has a lot of possibilities. And finally, obviously, AI and high performance computing will provide new possibilities through data analytics. So there's a, let's say, general trend to use this data as much as possible. And create new kind of possibilities or new kind of solutions. In Europe, in the European strategy for data, there are a lot of kind of governance and kind of legislation coming So there's Data Governance Act, Digital Market Act, and Implementing Act on Open Data Directive, and the Data Act. And then now there's also this proposed Interoperability Act. And all of this means that in Europe, these governments have to kind of provide this data more available to European Union use, available mostly free through this high value data. And then also this proposed Interoperability Act that is not in place yet, but it means that we have to also provide more quality, more interoperable data. Basically, this Implementing Act on high-value data sets also targets geospatial data, but it also covers the Earth observation and environment data, meteorological data, statistics, companies and company ownerships, and mobility data. And this means that in next year, by June, we have to provide this data freely available through open access licenses, and also in machine readable forms and via APIs. And obviously, EU is thinking this EU data spaces, and in many of these data spaces, the location data has a big importance. And especially this Green Deal environmental data space has a lot of common with these high-value data sets, and especially the Inspire data is very, very important for it. And obviously, the national mapping agencies are working to create these national digital twins. For example, Germany is working on creation of this 40 points per square meter data. It should be available in 2025, and update is every 3 years. Another example is from Estonia that already have this kind of 3D buildings, but they also are working on forests. So that is what is happening with the European mapping agencies. And obviously we know that, for example, buildings cause about 40% of EU's energy consumption and 36% of the CO2 emissions. So it is very important to have this kind of high accurate data, for example, from buildings. And we have to kind of combine various data in order to analyze where we need to put the resources on this on fighting the CO2 emission chains. Also, EU is working on this Destination Earth, which is mostly concentrating now on this meteorological data, but also there's a link to more accurate data, and it's a 200 million exercise between 2021 2024, and they are also using this Lumi supercomputer located in Finland to work on this 3D Destination Earth initiative. I will not show the presentation, but then finally, there are some consequences on the topographic data production. So what we need to do is to need to link data to external data sources. For example, in Finland, we need to link this geospatial data with building registers and other registers. Need to utilize external data sources more than we have used to be doing. For example, link to forestry data, hydrographical data, which are in other agencies. We need to have better data management, for example, persistent IDs and data versions. So basically, if you want to kind of utilize this data, you have to guarantee that you can update this data very easily, and this persistent IDs is the way to do it. We have to have a better quality management. And obviously, most of the times, people are thinking that quality means only accuracy, but it's more than that. It's better to know the quality, and you have to accept different quality levels. But if you know that, then you can really utilize this data. We have to use these new production technologies like use of AI, satellite data, better data schemas. There's a need for standardization for that, and obviously new products, more analytical products for specific purposes. So we are moving away from this kind of, let's say, general topographic databases, but let's say producing data for specific purposes. So from one product meeting all the needs to different products meeting specific needs. Then finally, a few words about the location innovation hubs. So basically we started this beginning of this year. It's coordinated by the Finnish Geospatial Research Institute. And we target to help businesses and public organizations to utilize spatial technologies, location technology. We provide tools, testing infrastructure, business and technical consultation and training, and also funding opportunities, and focus on 4 different themes like built environment, bioeconomy, health and well-being, and transportation and logistics. And work on these key technology sectors, AI, machine learning, high-performance computing, and cybersecurity. And it's part of the network that is now established. It's 152 eddies around Europe. We are the only one that is fully concentrating on the location technology. And we would be interested to work with, for example, with Ukraine on this. I have some slides, but I think I'm out of time. But you can look on these slides later. So we work on the data space, we work on the innovations, and work with various test environments. We also have this Location Innovation Academy, and that might be interesting for you to have a look. So if you go to academy.ogc.org, you can have a look on how you can create interoperability, how you work on data management, service management, and data and service integration. It's freely available. So I would recommend you to have a look on that. We can demonstrate now 3D buildings from different countries. This is results from Netherlands, Germany border, where we can share this data, and we provide one API for that, where people can have an access to that. We have a big partnerships with various partners, also international partners, and basically you can go to our website to have a look what we can offer. So that was my short presentation.
Thank you very much, dear Antti, for your brilliant presentation for new modern technologies and modern trends in geospatial world. Thank you so much for your experience. We use your research results in Ukraine for creation and updating topographic databases and so on and so forth. Thank you. And please, я хочу запросити до доповіді зараз.
And now I would like to give the floor to Yuri Karpinsky, head of the Faculty of Photogrammetry, who will be speaking about NSDI in Ukraine in cooperation with Anatoly Lyashchenko. Are you with us, gentlemen? Yes. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear and see you. If you can hear and see me, I will try to launch my presentation. We can see your presentation now. Hit F5. The impact of Inspire on the national infrastructure geospatial data in Ukraine. So what is Inspire? Now, we know that this is a directive, this is a law, a set of technical regulations, but it's so developed now that now it is a whole world of its own. The nucleus of which is Inspire. It includes not just legislation, but also implementation, rules, monitoring, metadata, web services, and transpositions. So what have we used in our practical out of this? environment of Inspire? Well, first of all, there is a law, and we will show how we aligned our law with the Inspire initiative. Second point is metadata. We also used web services, and our task for next year is to harmonize the rules of implementation of Inspire, to implement a constantly operating system data, which should be updated on the basis of basic data, metadata, standards, and national portal and network. If we take a look at our law on the national infrastructure geospatial data, we can see that our goal is to get integrated with the international and European infrastructure of geospatial data. And in this law, there's a kind of a breakthrough provision which says that for the regulation of activities in this sphere, in case there are no technical regulations, national standards, or technical specifications, the provisions of international organization ISO may be applied, just like those of Open Geospatial Consortium and INSPIRE, which basically gives the green light for upgrading the technical and technological level of our NSDI in terms of the development of this network, and makes the data accessible and make them a basis for further interoperability. The basic data are primarily topographic data, and apart from that, the law envisions that there should be such sets of geospatial data which are fully harmonized with INSPIRE. So at the time when Ukraine accedes to the EU, or not exceeds to the EU, but nevertheless, our law states our goal to harmonize our sets of geospatial data with the relevant data of INSPIRE. Changes to 15 relevant laws have been introduced, and they introduced these 15 additions to the cadastre system. That includes the land cadastre, the forestry cadastre, and all down the line. As regards data, there is progress in legislation, even there are some outstanding problems. But as regards the data which were poorly evaluated, this is not up to the level of a modern system. So we switch from the old paradigm, from old kind of pictures, to geospatial data, which will make it possible to use the information for modeling and simulating, for the subsequent automation of managerial decisions. There are a lot of data, but they're not properly divided, and as they are combined, there will be inevitably some gaps, some irregularities, and some discrepancies which will make it impossible to use the data. Very often, specification of geospatial data is lacking, and there are some institutional and other barriers which make this data difficult in terms of access. The level of geospatial data looks at data as 3-in-1: data per se, specifications, and metadata. Now we have to understand that if one of the components mentioned above is missing, the data will practically be unusable in our NSDI. Therefore, we talk about our own data, specifications, and metadata. And for them to have such a technical and technological level that makes it possible to make modeling and proper analysis. For this purpose, there is the general standard of Ukraine in this field, which is based on ISO 19100, with all the proper models, time models, and coverage systems, the catalogs of geospatial objects, and so on. The adherence to the norms of this standard ensures a certain high level of quality of geospatial data, which can be used for NSDI. Together with this standard, another 14 standards were adopted, which are aligned with the international ISO 19100 standards, which creates a proper environment to ensure the creation of high quality NSDI. All this requires proper regulations, and the specifications of geospatial product, unfortunately, has not yet become a high quality product in Ukraine. We have all kinds of classifiers and so on, but specifications of geospatial product is something which is a very weak point with us. There is a standard, therefore, which aims to create the missing specifications. With the help of USAID, a training handbook was drafted, which provides detailed information about how to create geospatial data, how to ensure interoperability, how to ensure specifications and technology of modeling, and the methodology of the development of metadata. As regards the breakthrough innovations, this is primarily related to our national geo portal, which implements geo services, which makes it possible to unite the efforts of all the proper stakeholders together with the government and local self-governance bodies in order to exchange proper information in this field. We've had certain discussions whether it is reasonable first to launch a geo portal. Maybe we should first deal with geodata. But what is tricky here is that the launch of the geo portal and the inventory, which is being in progress now, all this will show us the gaps and breaches in terms of our documentation, primarily as regards specifications and incompatibility of geodata. So the portal will show the real picture of our NSDI, and the knowledge of this picture will make it possible for us to focus our efforts on weak points. That concludes my brief presentation, and I'd like to say a few words more. It's a pleasure for me to see the faces of people I know, the Dean Stepan Voitenko, and the acting Dean. They are the alumni of this university. It's a pleasure to see you, gentlemen. I'm sorry that I can't be with you physically, but I'd like to congratulate and say happy birthday to our faculty and to our university, to our department. Thank you for your attention.
Наставляєте, ви ставите питання про
Thank you. You are with us in thoughts. We thank you very much for being so dedicated. You are a driving force in this work, and I give the floor now to advisor to the Executive Director of Association of Cities of Ukraine and expert of communal property, Tatiana Medvedska.
Я без презентації.
I don't have a presentation.
Всім доброго дня. Хто онлайн, хто офлайн.
Good morning, everyone online and offline. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to take part in this event, which is very informational, highly technical, and modern, very relevant. I've heard a lot of interesting information, which I will pass on to the local communities. We see really our progress, but my speech is about problems in territorial communities. I'm not very fond of this topic because as of 2021, we work with NSDI at the local level. A lot has been done already. Some of the problems have already been addressed and resolved, and we want to move forward. Since 2021, we've been actively engaged in training, in information and awareness work at the local level. What are the main problems that the local communities are faced with? This is primarily the lack of exact and precise orthophoto plans from 500 to 10,000 scales. The lack of specifications of geodata on the basis of which basic geodata operates, and a lack of a system of updating these data. At a low level, we also have the awareness of the personnel of the local self-governance bodies as regards the issues related to NSDI. So I wholeheartedly support the initiative of AGRO about launching an online course, training course, and I think that would be a very good idea. At the local level, there are very few true experts in GIS, because new specialists don't want to go out in the field. Everyone wants to stay in cities, get high salaries, and so on. So this is really a problem, how to attract young experts to work for local self-governance bodies. This is really an issue.
Яка ж буде перспектива і який юридичний статус тієї інформації, яку органи місцевого самоврядування будуть отримувати від НІГД? Тобто вони будуть держателями, і як далі вони можуть реалізовувати отриманий витяг з НІГД? Чи може він бути основою, наприклад, при розробці містобудівної документації? На сьогоднішній день на законодавчому рівні, на жаль, воно не визначено, що це є складовою якоїсь там документації, чи це теж, на нашу думку, є проблемою. Бо якби був певний юридичний статус такої отриманої інформації, то, звичайно, і наповнення було б швидше, і актуальність інформації з НІГД теж була б краще. І наповнювалася ота проблема по наповненню, по реєстрації, було б цікавіше реєструватися. Не треба було б
interesting to register, and if they initiated, they would register themselves. And for some reason, for the martial law period, they've banned producers of the geodata to register and to fill the NIGS. But in my opinion, the local self-governments should have an opportunity
Нема довіри до виробників. Це ті
to make to fill the NIGS. And the people who work on with these maps, which form the data into this work, absolutely needed, and the quality of their work would be better. Because if you open NIGS and find some additional information, you understand that there are certain limitations which you missed when you was forming up certain map. And currently, I think there is another problem.
самоврядування, а мабуть така ще
Rather a problem not of the local self-governments, but of the national legislation. The norm of Article 6 of the law on NIGC on the procedure of control is not functional. Who controls? What is the order of control? Who pays
Сьогодні це є
on the penalties? How to bring the offenders to responsibility? So this is the problem of all the public authorities, I would say. So there is a
контроль. Наприклад, якщо ми здійснюємо контроль там по
Geocadastre to work on this issue in the area of control. For instance, when we know that the Department of Protection of Lands is responsible for use of land. We know the order, but what is the procedure and order concerning violations in the area of an AGS has not yet been worked out, this procedure. In general, I'm very grateful to all, and it was my pleasure to be here, and I'm sending you greetings from our executive director. He highly values cooperation with the Institute, with the State Geocadastre. We have many common directions of work. Thank you for attention, and I hope next week, when we have Geospace 2024, we'll be speaking not about problems, but about our successes. Thank you. Thank you, Tetiana. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for giving us some time. Thank you for raising such important issues before our policy makers.
наших партнерів заходу. Ми чекали максимального охоплення глядачів трансляції конференції в інтернеті.
We're waiting for maximum coverage of this conference among the internet viewers, and we thank all the organizers, all the supporters of our conference. Thank you very much. And now the floor is given to the leading researcher of the Research Institute of Geodesy and Cartography, Andriy Chirin, as well as she represents the SoftPro company. Good morning, my name is Andriy Chirin. Today I will tell you about services of transformation of sets of geospatial data of address registry. And this is one of the major problems because it's the basis for tying up all the other data, because the other data contains the address. And now we have more than 10 dozens of independent existing address registers in different authorities. So I will tell you more now about technical aspects, and my presentation corresponds to today's presentations. So next slide. So I have a technical presentation. I will tell you about the framework within which this development of address register was taken took place in 2022-2023. You understand under what conditions the work was done. The register have to function online completely. It should be full automatization of all processes, maximum verifications, checks, and getting the
В цілому база даних містить більше 100 мільйонів записів. Це
quality information, speed of the work, because one database of address register contains more than a French register at all. The use of open source technologies, strict requirements to the process of development, GIT and all the others. The environment was opened with the
Я детальніше про це трошки розкажу, але
contractor, it was the DIA environment, the Inspire, harmonization with Inspire, which contains the maximum exchange file, integration with EDSB, integration with existing systems, and transfer to the single API. So, services of transformation, it's not one. So, in the process of address register creation, there were many interesting processes with the use of GIS technologies, matching of existing databases, and the incoming at the input. So, you build databases on EAST, AMS, IMS. Import of vector local data, they uploaded the existing address registers, department online, transformation of coordinates, they were different. Then import of raster data, the major map is cartographic basis and the scale of 1 to 10,000, but the local authorities were able to use their own services, but most of them don't have portals. They were uploading their maps and existing data to get more fresher
20-22 рік. Автоматичні перевірки, формування.
Automatic verification. Now we get to how it looks like. The first transformation is matching of existing databases. You see here the request from the database. Yesterday there was statistics on streets, about 400, 300 streets, 1,000 streets. And I'm giving statistics on addresses. It's 8 million addresses, various data from various registers. All these the names of the streets didn't match. Sometimes same street had different names. So there was certain transformation, and we have the consolidated single register of streets and addresses, and you see opposite every this name there is whether it's present or not in the register. Green is present, red is absent, and the other checks the presence of geometry. So whether the address was verified or not. So it was done automatically. So the instruments with which LMS work, they enter and import their data, existing data. There is a full exhaustive list of metadata on all data, system of coordinates, name, coverage, the relevant questionnaire is filled in, and then the data very quickly is informed, and there is online instrument which
також відбувається імпорт растрових даних. Ви бачите, це так само.
This is the import of raster data. This could be 100 megabytes or dozens of megabytes. So in the online, the data is uploaded and immediately it is reflected on the portal. This was done in the microservice. This doesn't load the major.
Відбувається трансформація координат, і в нас, по суті...
And in fact, we did a lot of research on the precision of transformation. We had two chains of transformation. That is scenario CK42, CK63. We transformed them to CK63BL. Then we filled other fields, transformed them to another. And then we transform everything either into EGS or into the local system of coordinates. Another chain of without transformation field. This is the instrument of verification. This is the crowd technology from Finland, spoke about 3D. This is also 3D. You can also see it on the left. You see the register of status with verification of streets and addresses, and also here is a lot of very interesting instruments which allow to simplify the process of verification. So here we have vector data of State Committee for Statistics, GSM and Bing. You may import from other registers information to fill and additionally the address register. There is a multi-select instrument where you could drag the certain objects, and also there is the work and data of OLMS. These layers which were additionally uploaded, allow them to work with their maps and their ortho plans. So another important instrument is clarification of data. Here we see 4 rules, but they can change. In fact, what is clarification of data? This means verification as a request to database. Instrument consists of verification. It may be used for many others. It could be used for various situations. So that number is a request which verifies whether this number meets the requirements, and the Cyrillic letters show are used for other purposes. This from EDRBS. If you know, now we introduce identificator of the construction object. So if we already have a building introduced, and we have the address register is not it's not a point, it's a certain territorial register which can be with which very many other operations could be conducted. So it's a full-scale address register.
Будинки, які там, наприклад, далеко знаходяться від вулиці. Ну, це вже ясно, що вони неправильно там прив'язані. Таких
properly tied up. So it's very easy to use this system and to form the situation on your own. Taking into account that there were mistakes, and you make a request to the database, and then the user will be able to correct and adjust it in the context of a certain area, a street, or what have you. This is a very handy instrument which makes it possible for users to deal with a number of issues. Then we have certain extractions about validation, about registers, register of the territory, and also each community has a number of settlements, and all that data on the settlements was downloaded, and a document is formed, and it is signed by digital signature of our proper authorities, and it is kept in the database with a proper official status. All the previous registers, including the register of damaged buildings and the register of property rights, now are united in the API of a single register. We also initiated Inspire API. You see an example of a request to this system, which makes it possible to use a part of address and to get what you need to do. Normally people do this through Google, but Google doesn't have such a broad database of addresses in Ukraine, whereas this system is much more comprehensive. What I showed you by way of example for verification was related to the city of Lutsk in Ukraine. There was a lot of very interesting situations as we carried out that exercise. You can see a complete set of documents for a system. A number of training sessions were run, so the users don't have many issues using the system, and all these instruments become very down-to-earth practical tools which are very customer-friendly and which do not require additional training. Briefly about the improvements that we've introduced, which makes it possible to work with 100 million entries, rather. We've analyzed all the previous experience. The database is an instrument which, without proper application, does not work. You can have a database for 10 entries, and if it is not properly done, it will not operate. That requires all necessary indexes, and guest tables, and all the rest. But we didn't invent the wheel here, because there's a lot of international experience there. Plus, there is a master-slave technology which makes this thing much easier. And there's a vector tile technology which makes it possible to work with vectors and to work with millions of objects. For the first time, you can deal with millions of entries without you can seamlessly work with all those components. Microservice gRPC, which deal with large local data transformation fields, the service of signature. All this is included in microservices. So what are the conclusions that we can briefly make? Ukraine can carry out these kind of projects. We even have some expertise to share with our foreign partners. This solution, in terms of resources, well, previously we spoke about registers which cost billions, but here we're talking millions, not billions, which is way cheaper than what was the case before, just because the data were qualitatively processed and automated, and that made it possible to create a primary basis, and then through the use of online services we managed to come up with a fully fledged GIS toolbox, which can even be supplemented on a regular basis through constant updates. All the operations are carried out as fast as possible, and some services can be used in other projects as well. There are documents to that effect. We can give you links and you can get familiarized with them. All those issues are contextualized for our national environments, and they're very much operational. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Andriy. As I saw your presentation, I recall 2013, when we defended doctoral candidates' thesis here. We wish you to write a doctoral thesis, and we will support you in that. We'll have not just Andriy with us today, even though his institute is one of the leaders and flagships in the implementation of this kind of projects at the national level. We'll have some more alumni later, and we switch to our new interesting partners. Agency for the Development of Tourism, Natalia Vasylenko. We met her due to the project USAID Agro, which is related to geospatial data, and now we have a new project, and Natalia will tell us about prerequisites and the prospects for the creation of a set of geospatial data of the state cadastre of natural territories and resorts. Thank you for inviting me. Thanks for our cooperation. I'd like to thank our military for making it possible for us to hold events like this and to carry on doing what we're doing. Today we'll talk about resorts, and I'll tell you how this is related to NSDI, and maybe we'll find some new partners for this project. Now we have 38 natural territories and resorts. 31 of them were built back in the Soviet Union, and legislation did not reflect any changes yet, but we're working on the 7 resorts. Our national status are qualified such according to the legislation, but 11 of them are under occupation now, and we have no data on their current status. So let's recall our results. The Carpathians, the south of Ukraine, the Black Sea, the Seas of Azov, the largest desert in Europe, the resorts of Morshin, Truskavets, Mirgorod, Shayan, the Crimean Peninsula, a unique tourist destination, which I'm sure will become one of the hallmarks of our tourism. The law of Ukraine on resorts specifies that each territory or resort has specified boundaries and protected zones. You can see a scheme of how this happens. The red one is a strict regiment zone. Within this zone, you cannot do anything except what is related to the use of medicinal resources. The second zone is the zone of softer limitations, the orange one. This is the zone where people can live, but there are some restrictions as well. And the green zone, the observation zone, which has even fewer limitations, but it is protected by the state. The problem is that all those zones exist only on paper and only in the law. Unfortunately, they are not reflected in the land cadastre or any other geoinformational systems. As a result, the medicinal resources which we have on the territory of resorts are being used chaotically, and we cannot ensure that they are properly guarded and preserved for the future. A little bit of statistics. First, about the bad news. The users of land plots which are within protected zones fail to meet the restrictions prescribed by the law, and more than 400 enterprises operate in those territories violating the law. Before the large-scale invasion, our resorts received more than 20 million, 2.4 million visitors per year, and they contributed up to 40 billion hryvnias in revenues. The solution of the problem that I'm talking about is about drafting a cadastre. We need to do this, but we have neither finance nor specialists for this. So we're thankful to the university for helping us with this project. As regards the prospects for geospatial data, which will be the foundation of this cadastre, I hope that in the near future we will be able to specify the restriction boundaries and to ensure state protection procedures to make sure that next generations will be able to use our unique health benefit resources at our resort sites without the factories, without plants, so that those territories would be developed through the revenues from the resorts located with them. On this slide, you can see my contacts, and I'd like to address the students and the faculty. We are ready to employ a full-time person who will be able to help us with this project. This is my telephone number, all my contacts. Please send in your resumes, and we will be happy to cooperate with you. Thank you very much. We are very proud of you. You know all the fancy words, interoperability and all the rest. You are one of our superstar graduates, and we are very thankful to you for cooperation.
Наступним доповідачем знову в нас буде Андрій
The
Щерін.
next speaker again will be Andrei Cherin, because yesterday there was a break caused by the air raid alarm. So Andrei will talk about the geospatial data. Thank you. Last week we had a meeting of data producers of Eurogeographics. I will tell you briefly what is Eurogeographics and how it impacts Ukraine. So if we look at their site, so their major tasks are to provide for various services. The second, experience of work with the relevant information and the voice of national cadasters, of European national mapping and land registry authorities. So they share their experience and expertise. So let's come back to the word infrastructure. It's three components. The first is technologies and technical documentation and specification. Then the processes go, various regulatory documents on which the functioning depends, and the most important are people. In fact, Eurogeographics, it's a work with real people, managers, technical specialists. There are many roles in geoinformatics, and instruments are just instruments, and the final result depends on the quality of the use of these instruments. There are analysts, there are managers, there are users, there are public authorities, and they all are represented at Eurogeographics. They have been working for 25 years on various projects. So everything overlaps with what we do. So we may talk not only to the organization itself, but to the representatives of cadasters of the countries which are marked with green on this map. In fact, it's a typical meeting, and always agenda is always the same. They have a number of clients who require improvement on renewal of products. They have plans for producers. There is a core team which validates, transforms, and formulates this single database. And there are new instruments which they share all the time and train people. So their products you see on
В принципі, всі продукти майже відкриті, тому ви можете ними користуватися.
You may use them. The only thing you need to do is to fill in the questionnaire. There is a global map of Europe, Eurovisional map, and 1 to 250,000. New product is Open Map Europe, scale 1 to 100,000. And you see Ukraine, and there is an open cadastre map where there are all land parcels, and 6 countries are represented. The first 4 cover almost all participants, and the 2 last products have about 10 countries each represented in them. There is a plan. What trends were this year? They focused on Open Map Europe product. They transferred open technologies, online instruments, which simplifies the whole process of verification. That was their objective over the recent years. They also want to engage us into this process. Most of the national cadasters use these instruments. And this year, they are working very seriously with clients. They've got feedback on the use of their products. So the first product is Euro Regional Map. You see 25 years, there is a passport, 7 million facilities, 60 layers. You may download it and to see it's a highly quality product. Then Open Map Europe product. You see this is a scale 1 to 10,000 and 25,000, 10 countries. And France, as an example, they have a single database on the territory on the scale of 1 to 10,000. They do not make any printed maps. The only task is to include this into and to run the single database. It consists of archived objects, existing objects, and with it all the services work. And from it, they extract data for Eurogeographics. The interesting thing, they focused on history data, how they organize in separate tables, because these details are very important because they allow to set up a top quality systems. You see service columns, data, verification, data status. So the structure of data, all this is important, and further you can see how they transformed their database into a specification of OME2. There is a whole presentation on how they formed their contribution. This is a feedback from the users, how they use the database, ERM, as the basic map. They use it very many users use it as services. Why it is important for us to have data over there? The major clients, such organizations, Eurostat and Eurocommission, they provide to other European authorities engaged in renovation, investment planning projects. So they formulate requests to the single database and then forms all the information which is necessary for various agencies of the European Union. You see three levels. These are territorial level, like our oblasts, rayons, and communities, though they are not limited with whole countries, so they go deeper at the level of communities. So it's very detailed information. So this is new map, open map for Europe, coincides very much with the comprehensive plans which should be developed for communities. That's why it was important to get this specification to compare it with our specification for urban development documentation, so that we are able to organize transformation of this data. It was integration with European partners. They had certain database, certain institutions, specifications with which we not just integrate but share data to have this common space. So there is requirements to data. They must meet specifications. Matching must be present. They should be coordinated. There are 420 rules. They must be historical. The attributes should be correct, because you cannot build a route for trucks. You must understand that this is a highway. So there are many necessary attributes which should be provided. When we filled the first ERM database, we had lots of problems only with waterways. We had to build waterway for Dnieper across the whole country, and we had 100,000 mistakes. They had to be corrected in every layer. And over there, they conduct a very strict validation. So the data of the bad quality is impossible to be uploaded into any European system. So this commission prepared lots of presentations. These are 30 people who are super GIS analysts.
Ну, в євро там, єврооргані.
And they do this work, fulfill requests for all European bodies. So they made many requirements towards the quality of data. And for them, the quality of data is very important. There were some presentations dedicated to the quality of data and resources which must be allocated and how the quality of data should be organized. They presented a number of examples. They evaluated open sources. Open sources didn't satisfy them. Then they spoke about RMS. They evaluated roads, various levels, streets. So if there is a smaller number of classes of objects and there are mistakes,
він не дозволяє виконувати різні процеси, тому, по суті, вимоги до цих наборів, вони...
the requirements to these sets of data were extremely important, the quality. So we cannot integrate by simply sending them some data. The data must be of the top quality and meet the requirements of Europe, which means very high quality. What can we take from this, and what we have to work with this
Постійно змінюється динамічно, щороку,
standards
по суті,
practically.
виходить нова версія.
In fact, the new version is in production of ERM. All these standards are open. You may get acquainted with them on this site. Comprehensive plans is the foundation for investment into communities and territories. And all this will be used for Open Map Europe. So it's necessary to, and it is possible to cooperate directly with them. These are real people. They have extremely valuable experience.
Що стосується верифікації, метчинга, ейдж-метчинга між
So we
країнами.
borrowed a lot of the instruments and ideas. They had an experience of 25 years, which is a huge experience. So we discussed with them that if we get any additional data, they will communicate with relevant services. So for this information to be used for the benefit of Ukrainian development, open source line is priority number one. Briefly, that's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Особливо, коли стандарти не
Very interesting presentation, especially when standards are really implemented.
є інтероперабельними і
That's why the data is interoperable and national infrastructure of the European Union countries combined into one single geospace. The next presentation will be made by
фотограметрії. Випускник нашої кафедри 2009
postgraduate student of the university. He is also works at our faculty member, and he will talk about the development of interoperable geospatial data for the development of an IGS, conducted with the help of USAID Agro. Thank you. I'm happy to present to you the results of our joint project, which was born extremely quickly, and a little bit about its results and why it emerged right now, not 5 years ago. I'd like to say that the previous presenter told us about the experience of Europe. The producers of
карту і планом, а все ж таки
geospatial data and users of geospatial data, they operate with the model of the object. So we understand what is the geospatial model of geospatial object. There are 5 major challenges which define all these issues. The development of necessary documentation, the use of 80%
даних на ту територію, яка була йому
resources are used for collection and agreeing our data which is input, and only 20% is used for their analysis. Therefore, in order for national, local, regional level, local authorities to have common understanding of what should be used, what are the requirements to data, how they can be created, how the work should be organized on setting up this data in view of the Ukrainian legislation in the sphere of an IGS.
With the support of the Program for Agrarian Development USAID, we developed a course for the basics of the development of geospatial data. These programs were approved by the protocols of the scientific board and the state geocadastre dealing with NSDI, and the Kyiv University was the provider of training services. The structure of the training course included 4 training modules: the normative and legislative regulation, methodological fundamentals for specifications, and technology of modeling of geospatial data, in which information was spelled out for the students as to all the requirements that they should meet. And the 4th module is about the methodology of preparing and the order of registration of metadata. Each module was backed up with lectures, video lectures, training sessions, and Q&A sessions. All the lectures are available, readily available on YouTube with free access. There are a lot of practical use cases. So please, you're very welcome to use that information. Considering the targeted audience and those are civil servants of the central and local self-governance bodies, we offered 2 basic courses, light and an advanced course with practical work. So the civil servants dealing with their area of specification dealt with the structure of data, filling in metadata, studying standards in order to better understand the basic requirements that they should meet to request the provision of geodata. Those are the materials of practical sessions and lectures. We've mentioned today the handbook. It is available at the website of Geocadastre. It's about 400 pages. And apart from the 4 modules that I've already enumerated, there is a 5th section related to geospatial data, their typology, their specification, their levels, and other information which makes it possible to better understand what it's all about. Upon the results of the training, 330 students received their certificates. You can see some of them in this picture. You see people are happy to have learned a lot of new words and notions like interoperability and so on. And they are ready to use this new knowledge in their everyday work. On YouTube, you can also have access to a training course presentations and the final conference materials with all the information on panel discussions. It's a specialty 103 on geodesy and land management as a subject. And now about individual examples. One of the most successful ones is the Ministry of Information Policy. They have a lot of questions concerning urban development and the methods of gathering geospatial data, geodesy, and so on. As a result, it was suggested that a dedicated forum is launched and online on the 1st and the 2nd of November. This forum will hold its meeting. This will be presented by Natalia about this geospatial data for the natural territories of resorts, because there are a lot of outstanding issues related to resort areas, and there are a lot of documents to that effect, but we want to make them enforceable, make them actionable, and we, for that, are focusing on that data in the cadastre. Then comes all the concomitant issues related to that. And the third case is the forestry project and the gathering of metadata for the woodlands across the territory of Ukraine. And registered users already have free access to ready access to this. 69% of trainees before the course did not have any even elementary knowledge about NSDI. They might have heard about it, but they did not know what it's all about. And 96% of students have gained new information about NSDI with all the relevant requirements and standards. In in-depth course, 50% of specialists, those who are managerial staff, did not have proper level of knowledge in that sphere, but after the training course, 97% of them have acquired this knowledge and approved it in practice. There's an ongoing registration at the portal of knowledge management, and we believe that as a result of this, any civil servant will be able to go through this training and to get necessary knowledge about NSDI. And maybe there will be some adapted courses for specific operations for territorial level. Thank you for your attention. Take care. Thank you very much. And the final presentation in this panel, we already had quite a few, including one on tourism, but now we'll speak about satellite monitoring of contamination of air as an impact of combat activities. Mikhail Semenets from the Meteorology Institute of the State Service for Emergency Situations and the Academy of Sciences of Ukraine will make this presentation. I'm kind of shifting the focus towards applicable knowledge, and if we take a look at what we discussed yesterday, the key word as regards satellite imagery is accuracy and precision. But this is not the characteristic which is applicable to air contamination, because we are talking about kilometers and pixels, and the atmosphere is very fluid. There are a lot of changes ongoing in the environment, and there can be outbursts of contamination, and then in an hour's time it will disappear without a trace. Of course, during the war, it is very difficult for us to track all that, especially as our terrestrial system is very fragmented. But I'd like to speak about the gas component, because speaking about aerosols, we can have more detailed information and register it. But it's not enough just to record that information. We need to understand what's going on, how dangerous it is, and on the basis of this to conclude what are the causes of what happened. So we are talking about the Sentinel-5P gives a result of 3.5 up to 3.5 kilometers. In comparison with previous missions, we were talking then about dozens of kilometers, tens of kilometers. We used to have fires in 2010, and at the emergency situation service, we carried out some analysis, but it was very time consuming. So we wanted to have an automated system which will be doing this. So we developed this system, and we are continuing to work on it. It operates in two modes. The first one is near real time, which I call operational or near real time. 2 to 3 hours after probing, we get data and can give information to the National Service for Emergency Situations and tell which areas are affected. Analysis on the online data and Sentinel-5 hub are available in about 1 week's time, and they are used for research and analysis of various indicators. Basing on this system, we'll speak about operational and regimented monitoring. Operational monitoring during the war, what we normally see is just one-off events. For instance, missile strike on the depots with nitrogen ammonia, and we captured that on the map. This happened shortly before the probing, so we saw the impact near the Siversky Donetsk River. There were fires, and we see a lot of amassment of CO gases. Speaking about urbanized regions, we can do downscaling on the basis of these data and analyze it up to 2 kilometers. But frankly speaking, most of what is going on during the war cannot be captured by us. There are outbursts and pollutions which we cannot capture. This slide could be the previous one, but I put it right here. It is very important to understand what we're dealing with here, because what we see by way of satellite data and the map is not what it appears to be.
Якісь там екологічні організації, які намагаються працювати з цими даними, присилають там якісь панічні листи, говорять, що вони зловили якісь потужні викиди, що це катастрофа, але буває так, що насправді вони не провели процедуру фільтрування даних. І ось, наприклад, карта, коли у нас біле поле, якщо б після фільтрування, до фільтрування це було абсолютно...
On the charts, we have a white space before filtration, but after filtration, you could find the relevant information. So for many, it is strange that in the satellite data, there are concentrations with minus concentrations. And this paradox is caused by the fact that if the concentration is below sensors' abilities, so they may accumulate mistakes and the wrong information we may get about concentration. Another important mistake, there is the map dioxide, sulfur dioxide, but this is the result of transferring the results of the volcanic eruption at Canary Islands. And sometimes we get requests that something happened in Ukraine, but in fact nothing happened. It's trans-border, cross-border transmission. So speaking about military activities and the consequences, it's easy to manipulate if we do not process properly this data. When we take February, when the war started in terms of atmospheric air pollution, we saw the consequences even before the beginning of full-scale invasion. So when there was so-called military exercise to the east of Ukraine, there was a concentration of military equipment, heavy equipment. So the concentration we see was higher than it was before the war. And we see that in the east of Ukraine, on the occupied territories, there was huge concentration of pollutants discharged by heavy equipment. But we see some spots in the west, and if we analyze every spot separately, if we do meteorological analysis, trajectories of wind and so on, we see that these spots were formed not of our territory, but it was brought from other countries, and very often the Western Ukraine gets pollution from the European countries. Very often they tell us that Ukraine is a dirty country, but in fact it's much cleaner than majority of West European states. When we work with the satellite data on pollution of atmospheric air, we must operate with information on discharges. And without discharges, we cannot say what we see. The second option, that if during war we have no information, we see some spot, we increase the time lapse and we see what's going on. For example, in March, on the territory of Russia, near our borders, we observed chaotic emerging of various spots, which didn't look like mistakes, but we couldn't understand what was going on. Then later, when we analyzed that, we noticed that they moved along the major highways towards Ukrainian border, and there was a stream, a flow of military transport. So this way we may see how the pollution in Kyiv reduced in March compared to normal state. Very often in publications, including the leading mainstream scientific publications, the information is presented without analysis. We worked for a year and produced such a publication where we analyzed the meteorological conditions important for some periods beginning with days to years, and we noticed that reduction of CO by 10 to 15%. It was just natural reduction, and we observed it in our clean territories and cities, in Romanian highlands in Carpathian Mountains. What can we see how the military activities impacted the pollution of air in Ukraine? So increase of the dioxide of nitrogen in the cities, as well as at the beginning of war, we saw the impact produced by automobiles. It's also interesting to analyze various parameters related to other pollutants, for instance, with the dust. After the Kakhovka Dam was undermined, and we realized that they are going to have a dry lands over there and even the desert. So we see on the first map Oleshki sands we can observe very clearly, and it can be used as a model. So where we see that where there was Kakhovka water basin, we see no changes, and then with the time, in fact, we have a new desert emerging. Later on, vegetation will cover it, but currently we have most probably the biggest territory, which is bigger than Oleshkivsky sands. So, conclusions. What do we need to do after war? We have a need to integrate data because this data has not been integrated at all. And the second is that the parallel development of all sources of data and methods of getting information without centralized coordination. So we don't have modeling of such system, so it's fragmented practices. So what we do need is to integrate all this data and to develop them all in parallel at the same time. So relevant computer systems should be set up. By the way, our Finnish colleague told us about these computer technologies. So, and we could use this for modeling territory of Ukraine. So we use the Finnish capabilities for this. Thank you for your attention.
Щиро дякую, пане Михайло. Щира подяка Державній службі надзвичайних ситуацій України.
Thank you, Mihailo. I thank the National Service for Emergency Situations in Ukraine, which helps us to liquidate the consequences of the war activities in Ukraine. I thank everyone. Unless we finish the first session, you may talk to each other during a break. You may ask questions to our faculty. Apologize for taking more time, and we now have a break and come back.
12:50, в 13:00 починаємо роботу секції.
50 at 1 o'clock we start the second session. The moderator will be the associate professor of the faculty of cadastry. See you.
відновлення України. В рамках нашої секції передбачено 6 доповідей, 3 з яких відбудеться онлайн. Значить, велике прохання від організаторів конференції до доповідачів дотримуватися регламенту. На доповідь відведено 10 хвилин, і в кінці всі бажаючі зможуть поставити запитання до доповідачів. Робота секції починається з презентації, підготовленою доктором технічних наук, завідувачем кафедри
Doctor of Technical Sciences from the Faculty of Cadastre, and myself have prepared this presentation for you. Over the last few years, special planning acquires special attention, and this is also backed up by the legislation which was put in place in Ukraine. This transformation of legislation was necessitated by the outstanding requirements for the development of territories and communities by way of spatial development. We would like to focus on land management tasks as we work on the documents of spatial development. Over the last few years, we've seen an upgrade of our legal framework concerning the land use. Considerable changes have taken place in this area.
Щодо документації з просторового планування на місцевому рівні, а саме комплексному плану.
There is a comprehensive spatial plans that have been adopted for the local level. As a result of the research of land management issues, we've singled out 2 blocks of issues which enumerate current challenges. The first one is related to the current challenges related to changes in the legislation, and the second block of issues are about the consequences of the aggression of Russia against Ukraine. As regards the first set of issues, as a result of the analysis of the new structure of the general and comprehensive plans, and as compared to the previous structure, we found out and analyzed additional tasks which have to be implemented for the improvement of land management documents. That includes the entering of data to the general cadastre about the boundaries, functional zones, and the rational use of arable lands, as well as information about the threats to and conflicts in the way of the use of natural resources. The main task here is the formation of land plots for communal and individual property. This is being done by those who are the drafters of the plans of spatial development. It envisions setting the boundaries, the definition of the area, and the allocation of cadastre numbers. All that should be introduced in the national land cadastre. Otherwise, plans are not going to be legitimate. These documents envision prospective project solutions like the separation of lands into categories along the lines of users and owners, and along the lines of land plots with a certain encumbrance and limitations. There are also territories which have been allocated as a social good, and the information about them should also be entered into the cadastre. As to individual land plots, apart from the information related to boundaries, there should also be included information about the ownership entitlements for the land plots for which the entitlements were formulated before 2004. This is quite a complicated issue in legal and financial terms, and there's no clarity about the responsibility of this registration. As regards the rational use of arable lands, there's a set of measures to ensure rational use of arable lands within and without the settlement territories. This type of work was not previously related to the documentation on city development and construction. And this is explained by the fact that territorial communities include the lands which previously were outside the boundaries of settlements. And this requires special attention both in terms of protection of arable lands and in terms of the status of the components of the environment and the specifics of natural resource usage. The second package of challenges includes those related to the consequences of the aggression of Russia against Ukraine, and as a result of this aggression, new and challenges and issues have arisen. Especially relevant is the second point about contaminated territories. According to the data of official sources, the general area of contaminated lands is 184,000 square kilometers, which is 30% of lands contaminated with explosives. Here you see the regional classification made by the Kyiv School of Economics. And this slide shows the damage which was inflicted to the soils, the environment, and the water resources. All those calculations were made by the territorial bodies of environmental inspection from the 24th of February until the 18th of August 2023. The overall loss in terms of contamination of soils is more than 950 billion Ukrainian hryvnias. There's a lack of professional staff to address this issue, which makes this work especially difficult. We can come to the conclusion that territorial communities should develop comprehensive plans of their development against the backdrop of lack of resources, additional tasks and assignments that they have, destroyed infrastructure,
та отримання вихідних даних,
and difficulties in gaining proper data, and lack of clarity of the term of spatial development, and lack of proper estimates for these functions. Thank you for your attention.
Дякую. А наступним запрошую до доповіді
Thank you. I give the floor to Senior Project Manager for Land Reform from the Office of Reform from the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, Mr. Yevhen Martin.
Доброго дня, шановні колеги. Я також приєднуюсь до привітань до факультету
Good afternoon. I also join in the chorus of congratulations to this faculty. This event is extremely useful and interesting for experts, so please keep up the good job, because at this university we have a nucleus of expertise and experts in the area of geospatial data, for which we are very grateful to you. In my presentation today, I would like to draw your attention to one interesting point, the integration of land management and cultural heritage documentation. We started this process in 2021 when we adopted a large law on the land deregulation and decentralization. So in my presentation, I'll try to explain why certain norms and regulations were included in the law, how we would like to implement them, and what impact we would like to achieve to improve the status of our natural and cultural heritage, because we all understand that our culture is something for which our military and our people are fighting today, and if we fail to keep the heritage, we will no longer be Ukrainians. First of all, let's take a look at the overall scale of this problem. The objects of architectural and cultural heritage are quite sizable in scope. If we get information from our relevant registers, we can count more than 170,000 of objects of archaeological and cultural heritage. Many people think that this is just about buildings, but the lion's share of those objects are archaeological heritage. So basically, these are places on which there are risks of ruining of historically significant places and locations. You probably know that we basically almost don't have any limitations on that heritage in the land cadastre. And the big problem is that a lot of objects on archaeological heritage were qualified back in the Soviet Union. Those are paper documents, very rough, very imprecise ones, with very poor statistics, with poor accuracy, and there are also a lot of sites which are found during archaeological excavations, and so they are added to this list, and they bring about new issues. This lack of proper registration in cadastre leads to a situation that we fail to properly protect our cultural and architectural heritage. So setting up this documentation is a very complicated and complex and multifaceted issue. It requires the engagement of specialists of different disciplines and areas of knowledge, and 170,000 heritage objects. Therefore, only very few of them are backed up with proper documents. From the legal point of view, all our register of heritage sites are reflected in a special table, the custodian of which is the Ministry of Culture. But this table and the contents of it is not being updated. And this is a big problem because up to 1/3 of the objects which are qualified as archaeological heritage are not being updated in terms of their status. So the lack of these issues in the cadastre makes an impact on the work of developers. Well, we know that developers like buying land plots in historically significant places, but basically by doing so they very often just spoil and mar the landscape and the environment of the city, but they just don't care. And unfortunately there are no rigid limitations which would make it impossible for the developers to do so. There's a lot of chaos in this field and a lot of wrongful actions going on. That is why a very important issue today is to set up accurate lists of geospatial data which would be included in the state land cadastre and become legally obligatory for those who deal with construction, development, and so on. Well, we have here experts who are accustomed to working with geospatial data, and primarily when we speak about this data, we are talking about precision. But when we speak about heritage, we cannot speak about precision in any shape or form. We have documents which show, for instance, the boundaries of historical reserves in Kyiv, for instance. You can see them in certain documents, but all that stems from the decision of Kyiv's council deputy in 1979. This is, for instance, this one is related to Kyiv-Pechsk fortress. This one is about the heart of Kyiv, Sophia Cathedral, St. Michael Square. All this has legal force, and on the basis of this, one can take a decision whether anything new can be built there. If something is built, what should it look like? Is it allowed to show advertising, placards, and big boards there, and so on? But very often, all these boundaries are not clear. Like, for instance, it's not clear whether a satellite can be put on one side of the street. What about the other side? There's no clarity. Therefore, all this documentation very often creates problems because it's so blurred. A very important issue today is to include information about heritage objects and the preserved areas around them, which would make it impossible to build anything that can result in the ruin of historically significant places. There should be also requirements to the physical form of the objects to be built, the outward look, and so on. And again, I'd like to repeat that at the level of design documents, we do have protected zones in Ukraine. Overall, there's about 11,000 of such areas, so which means that less than 1/10 of the overall objects of heritage have more or less protected zones around them.
Ці обмеження вносити. Причина, я думаю, всім зрозуміла. Пам'яткоохоронні обмеження
The reason I think is understood to everyone because the restrictions on the land use create difficulties for developers. So they're always against this historical architectural protection of plan. So the massive creation of inventory of the objects of cultural and historical heritage, including them into cadastre. The Ministry of Culture, and those who are responsible for this, very often looked at it as absolutely unrealistic task. There has never been money in the state budget and local budgets for heritage protection activities, project documentation. It was impossible to develop for so many objects at our specialized institutions like Institute of Archaeology, Institute of Protection of Monuments. They used to say we can do not more than 40 objects, about 40 objects of 170,000. It's nothing. Separate task is our historical settlements. We have 101. We used to have plans, historical architectural plan, but only 25% of settlements have them. So 75% of historical settlements don't have identified historical areas and therefore unregulated development there. What did we want to do when a big law on land decentralization was in the process of adoption? We had a very naive wish to move forward this issue and to invent some instruments, but we wanted to create some instruments which would allow to fill the land cadastre of Ukraine with information of heritage restrictions and limitations. But we wanted to registration of this sort of documentation. We all understand that every monument is unique, unlike the electric power grid, where by geometry you can identify the restricted area. With the monument, you cannot do this. You should have a creative approach. You had to find out what is relation to the environment, how valuable it is, and so on. So it's manual work, so to say. But we'd like this work to be done on the good quality topographic basis. We would like not to see these little sketches which archaeologists draw and say this is approximately the neighborhood which should be protected on this territory. Once my colleague brought to me from Cherkasy Oblast, they asked where are the mounds in the field. They draw a scheme for him. He lost that scheme and asked them to draw a new one. So they drew him a new one, then he found the old scheme and he compared both, and these mounds were on different places. So sometimes it may lead even to corruption, such discrepancies. So why do we have to integrate land management and heritage protection documentation because those who protect heritage should work on the basis of topographic basis, which would be part of land cadastre. This should be clearly defined boundaries. Therefore, the first is mutual integration. The second, what we offered, and it was very serious compromise for many engaged into heritage protectors. It's a two-stage formation of restrictions in terms of protection of current heritage protection. So we decided to identify the regulatory sizes, 20, 100, 300 meters, depending on the type of an object, and the establishment of restrictions should take two stages. First, with the dot, with the point, we indicate where the heritage object is, and then we draw a circle which would cover the territory which is subject to protection. We include this into the cadastre and provide for protection of these monuments, and then when we have money for full-scale heritage protection documentation, we will process this once again. So we want to introduce this approach in 2022. We were prepared to do that. The Ministry of Culture had 70 million hryvnias for making inventory list of monuments and heritage protection sites. The World Bank was ready to fund the pilot projects, and we hope that the new Minister of Culture he received the wishes from the party servant to the people, and we hope that this work will be done and will get certain foundation for protection of objects of cultural heritage, at least at a temporary basis, and then further on to organize the full-fledged protection of these heritage sites. Now we get to industrial lands, and my colleagues from Dnipro, Vice Rector of Dniprovska Polytechnica University, Mykola Trebok. Dear colleagues, do you hear me? Listen. Thank you very much. Greetings from Dnipro. Thank you for inviting. It's excellent that the university organizes such events in a very organized manner, and we are happy to inform you about certain results of our work, because at the last event on Geospace, we discussed certain issues, and now we continue this. I hope that you see the presentation on the screen. Now I'm going to make a presentation. Information support to the use of industrial lands of territorial communities.
Давайте спробуємо. F5, так F5. Так, краще?
Так.
Стало краще, чудово.
Yes, now it's better. So the previous speaker, Andrei Martin, raised an interesting issue, setting up the boundaries of limitations. And this presentation is dedicated to this issue somehow, because with the development of industrial lands, we see that there is a need to organize better and put into structure these limitations related to the industrial lands of territorial communities. Territorial communities now are responsible for collection and filling up the databases. Therefore, we need to understand clearly what territorial communities should be based on, so that the decisions would have a legal status and correspond to the practical use of lands. So some components which meet fully the law of Ukraine on geospatial data. The blue underlines the important components which are related to the industrial lands. For us to maintain the balance of rights of owners and users of the industrial lands, on the other hand, the connected users and owners of land parcels, we need to know clearly the information based on geospatial.
Ми говоримо. Звичайно, вони, ці базові геопросторові дані, не можуть з'явитися.
Basic geospatial data cannot appear in the territorial communities just like that. On the one hand, on the other hand, we must realize how to register and how to form the limitations of the use of lands which are related to industry. At the next slide, you see some information related to opportunities which we have now. Now we have a resolution by the Cabinet of Ministers on the state land cadastre, additions 44 and amendments 44 and 43 with the requirements on information support to forming the limitations and information support to objects, industrial objects, which we are discussing now. Interesting information in this table is about the limitation of land use. You see that those elements which must be obligatory, those elements which are recommended to be for information to be included into the state cadastre, and those which depends on the presence. It is presented in this form in order to simplify the understanding of this information, but we see that the obligatory should be the number of territorial zone, code type, and a number of the objects, territory which is subject to limitations, and the list of documents which form the basis for limitation. Another component related to such objects is here is the description, which includes the number, place, location, territory, as well as geometric information or geospatial data, which is the ground for further state registration. What is wrong at the first glance? At the first glance, everything is nice, but there are certain components which need clarification. First thing which causes the first issue which causes concern is if it is present. So all the information is important for the development of industrial lands and lands of territorial communities in general. Therefore, the issue of the if it is present, or including it into the state land cadastre, should be argumented additionally, so for at the level of the territorial community to understand when it's fine, but when it's information is not important. There is another component. There is no information on relation between the object and the zone around it, which is subject to limitations. We all know that when the
І це
types of activities of industrial enterprises, also the zone may be changed, and these changes somehow should be accounted for, and territorial community must know about it. And there is no information about system of coordinates, description, lines and dots related to limitations that is in the structure, relevant additions to the resolution by the Cabinet of Ministers. It is absent, but this information is important for general understanding of relevant
обмеження та заборонені види діяльності, які не є обов'язковими.
The titles of limitations which are not obligatory according to Appendix 43 should be made obligatory, because in our opinion this is a systemic component which should be properly regulated. Analyzing the approaches to information provisions, we can formulate the issues which are outstanding and require urgent resolution, and which are not unequivocal in their formulations. Currently, the legislation of Ukraine provides information about where to take information about the use of land and so on, but very often at the level of territorial communities, this information is distorted, or there's a lack of access to it. So we should understand in each individual case what is the most important. And there should be a uniform approach to the use of industrial lands. And for that, we need to bring all the relevant regulations in line with the latest recently adopted pieces of legislation. We have to also clarify the information and technical support for decision making, like what to do if an enterprise changes its type of production. For instance, if they increased manufacture, and we need to regulate it because it makes an impact on the land use in one area or another. There should be very transparent and clear-cut regulations about that, with the obvious clarity of who is responsible for what. All these issues are not straightforward and simple, and they are related to a lot of controversial documents. But we should raise this issue anyway, and even when we discuss it, we are on our way to resolution. Thank you for this opportunity, colleagues. I've shared some of the painful issues that I'm concerned with, and I'm sure that in the future we will cooperate for the benefit of territorial communities for the future. Thank you.
Дуже вам дякуємо, пан Микола, і за дотримання регламенту також.
Thank you very much, especially for sticking to time limit. We go to Chernivtsi. The next presentation is prepared by Doctor of Technical Sciences, Professor and Head of the Department of Agrarian Management in Chernivtsi University, Ruslan Bespalko, and Dean of the Department of the Institution, Taras Gutsov. So I give the floor to Taras Gutsov.
Доброго дня всім присутнім.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I put on my presentation.
І даю повноекранний режим.
And I'll share my screen with you, okay?
Україна потерпає від забруднення.
Тарас, а вімкніть, будь ласка, F5.
Could you please press F5?
Вимкнув. Щось нічого не відбулося.
I did, but nothing happened.
В мене повноекранний режим.
I have a full screen mode.
Ні, ми нічого не бачимо зараз взагалі.
We're not seeing anything.
В мене так, ще раз.
Починайте.
Okay, let's get started.
Так, видно?
Видно.
Do you see it now? Yes, we do. Ukraine suffers from explosive devices and unexploded ordnances, both from the Second World War and over the last 10 years of our war against the Russian Federation. And this level of contamination is larger than in the countries which were for decades in war. And according to estimates, we need from 10 to 70 years to clean all these territories. Of course, all this limits our ability to use the lands for industry and for agriculture likewise. That's why the development of Ukraine is getting slower. Before the large-scale invasion, only 46 square kilometers of land was cleared. Estimated expenditures for demining stand at $400 to $1 billion. The mines have inflicted massive harm to the humankind, and this is a global problem. More than about 60 countries of the world suffer from that problem. About 110 millions of mines are on our lands. Every year, about 900,000 mines are detected. And district is mined even if there's just one mine laid. And the farmers are not going to till the land where there's a danger of mining. In February 2022, Russians used about 8 types of anti-personnel mines, and in their depots, about 36 million mines more, and nobody knows the exact number of mines in the ground. And the time needed for demining is much more considerable than the time for the manufacture thereof. None of the used method of mine clearing gives a 100% guarantee of security in line with IMAS standards. The main device to detect mines are electromagnetic detectors, the first ones of which were used during the Second World War. The use of those detectors has a lot of drawbacks, and per each 5,000 mines, there is 1 dead and 2 wounded clear miners. One of the areas of new approaches to the use of UAVs is with the use of UAVs with payload, which detects mines. You do not switch over the slides. We have just one slide. I'm on slide number 9. We see slide 2. But you do have this presentation, don't you?
А натисніть на 9, будь ласка, слайд.
Please put on slide number 9. I'm on slide 9.
Так, Тарас, ви шерите не той екран, тут нам підказують.
Well, Taras, you shared the wrong screen with us. Maybe this one, right?
Так.
Traditionally, remote sensoring include methods which gather information about the surface of the ground, and there are 3 technologies with the use of infrared data, hyperspectral data, and geopenetration systems, which are also called georadars. The GIS uses this as spatial data for coordination of efforts of demining at national and international levels. Demining includes the study of impact on the affected areas, where demining will produce the largest impact for the area which is mined. This is about the Western Sahara area, which shows the priority of demining of territories. This is a system of decision-making support, which is cooperating with GIS and can be one of the models to be used by Ukraine as well. Using GIS aerial photo and satellite imaging, you can tie it up with the locality and make it a comprehensive unified system. Through regressive analysis, we analyze the probability of mining of one area or another. The GIS methods can be used for the integration of data, like on the basis of the change of a front line, with the purpose of the synthesis and integration. Maybe you are aware of UA map and other maps which monitor this and keep up to date with this. The recent conflicts in Syria, Libya, and Yemen show that we have to switch to 3D modeling, because mine contamination can be also not just in 2D dimension, but in 3D, especially in urban areas. As of today, 3 technologies are most popular: the neuron networks, when they are ahead of machine learning. There is a project whereby in the territory of Australia, they have topographic data with the accuracy of 95%, and the system is self-learning. The multigenic methods of intellectual optimization is also actively used now. Another innovation area is exactly this, multigenous methods of demining, of mine detection. The experience of Ukraine is as follows. We have enterprises manufacturing UAVs, but so far the use of UAVs for demining are at the experimental level. This is an example about Chernihiv airfield. This is about qualification of unexploded ordnances. The imagery of a plot 600 by 600, which required about 31 hours with the use of a magnetometer. And it will take about 3.5 hours to detect mines on this area. In 2020, the State Research Institute for Certification of Weaponry produced equipment which can detect mines with centimeter accuracy.
Therefore, the map of explosive objects can be done quite quickly. The next would be cooperation with Polish charity foundation OSTUP. It was created by Ukrainians who experiments with magnetometer, which is flying at certain altitude and measures the parameters of magnetic field of land and their geopositioning. The results of the system for the territory of 200 square meters with the use of two operators and 3 sappers consists of 120 minutes, but some objects cannot be identified. The Canadian company Northern Flight also cooperates with the Ukraine, and this project allows to reach the 100% precision, and the approximate time for 1 hectare is about 1 hour. Next example is the Scientific Center for Space Research of Land, the Institute of Geology, National Academy of Ukraine. They used the special equipment for air photography, special cameras, and developed specification which we used before. The next research shows results of search for real objects with the help of spectrometer, ASD field spec, and we see that the precision is above the threshold of 90% for various types of use of this equipment. Another good result was produced by Polytechnical Institute in 2020. They finished their work on setting up distance remotely controlled unmanned vehicle operating together with the UAV. In August 2022, also, the State Security Service announced that they developed one of the newest robots. And in summing up, I can say that the experience of Ukrainian humanitarian demining with the use of innovative methods may be regarded as the beginning, but such which is developing at the stage of testing, experimenting, prototypes. So thank you for your attention. The next, the floor is given to the Associate Professor of Geodesics and Cartography from the University, Kyiv State University, Margarita Dubnicka. Good afternoon. Today I will present a research which was done in cooperation and cooperated with the chair of our faculty, Ludmila Dutsenko, and Associate Professor Svetlana Titova. At first, it seems that the topic of our research is of a legal nature, but in fact, we regarded this issue from the point of view of land resources management and land management in general. On this slide, you see the well-known map of war in Ukraine, quite from deep state. And you see that gradually and slowly we managed to return some territories. At the same time, this map shows that unfortunately so far we returned only those territories which were occupied not for a long time. And for those territories, the problem which we discuss in our research is not typical. We are talking about renovation of legal relations and land relations on the territories which were occupied since 2014 and which will be brought back to under Ukrainian control in the future. So this return of territories requires a number of stabilization measures which had to be taken within 3 steps. First, it is a military occupation, then humanitarian demining, and restoration of basic infrastructure. At the second step, we need to restore the work of governmental authorities and start up at least basic economic activities. And at the third step, we have to plan comprehensive renovation of territories. What during this war with Russia, what happened to property relations on the occupied territories? Part of the territory of Ukraine was occupied back in 2014. Before the full-fledged invasion, the situation was that transactions with immovable property on these territories were possible on the territory controlled by Ukraine, irrespective of the location of this property. So if that property was located on occupied territory, then on the controlled by Ukraine territory, it could be changed the property rights. In 22, the situation radically changed when all the registers were closed in Ukraine. The state land cadastre didn't function for some number of months. This process began in May 2022. The cadastre and a register of immobile property rights was opened for the not occupied territories, or at least part of which, if a part of the community was occupied, the register was.
Майже 700 тисяч населення, у них реєстр то відкривали.
In particular, the city of Zaporizhia, they opened and closed the register. As far as I know, cadastre and register at the moment are closed because the part of the Zaporizhia Oblast is under occupation. Therefore, all people on property on the occupied territories remain out of law, and we cannot do with that. What should happen after the occupation of these territories? How the renovation or restoring of property relations should take place on the basis of Ukrainian legislation and cadastres and registers. What's happening now on the occupied territories, those territories which have been occupied for a long time, since 2014 or since the beginning of full-fledged invasion? People living there need to conduct property transactions. There are 2 ways of solving this problem. Either to live for the territories controlled by Ukraine and to conduct these transactions according to Ukrainian legislation. And now it is impossible. So some people from 2014 to 2022, only a small number of people were able to go to the controlled by Ukraine territory and conduct these operations. But now it's impossible at all. Or people are forced to register their transactions on the basis of Russian legislation. But Ukraine does not recognize documents issued by occupation authorities. Therefore, our task is to identify the ways of renovation of property and land relations on occupied territories and to legitimize the rights of Ukrainian citizens. So let's first talk about how to bring the economy back to functioning, because these property relations are the foundation of functional economy. Only some documents at the state level exist, and particularly studied such a document as Strategy of Economic Development of Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast up to 2030. This document was adopted right before full-scale invasion for the territories occupied since 2014. In this document, it is said that the industry which existed in that region was completely ruined, and it is proposed to develop these regions and bring them back to normal life, starting with the development of agri-industrial complex, first of all, because Ukraine is an agri-industrial country, and it is proposed to develop husbandry and working on arable lands with watering, and this requires restoration of rights of landowners and land users on the occupied territories, which will help to overcome the large-scale ruining of economy on that territory. Why was this way selected for this oblast? The total territory of Donetsk Oblast lands is 2.65 million hectares, and Luhansk Oblast roughly the same. And of this territory, 2 million hectares in Donetsk Oblast is arable land, which is 5% of all arable land in Ukraine. Same for Lugansk Oblast, 70% of Oblast territory of Oblast is used for agriculture. So this is very perspective agri-industrial regions, and the lands there of high fertility. So with the prices for 2021, a return of 1 hectare of agricultural land would provide for production of 25,000 hryvnias from hectare of the profit for the state. So talking about that part of economy where land is a means of production, I mean agriculture, we need to protect rights of landowners and land users. So this protection of rights has physical and legal aspects. Physical aspect is, first of all, connected with demining. It is described in details in the strategy of the development of this oblast. And the point number 1 means examination and surveying of agricultural lands in order to find out a need to demine them, because demining is lengthy and expensive process. So first we had to decide whether it makes sense to demine these lands in the first place. Then the inventory list of this land should be created in order to find out the real landowners and land users. And the third stage would be engagement of international organizations into humanitarian demining. The legal aspect has not been well drafted, well developed, but we may identify 3 blocks of issues here. The first block is about a need to regulate the issue of land which was used for fortifications, as well as large portion of land is being polluted with various explosives. And also another illegal aspect is that there is a need
виведених з
is to
обігу
regulate the issue of taxation of agricultural land, which was taken out of use because they started to talk about minimization of tax debt only in 2022, but since 2014 to 2022, they formed a huge tax indebtedness over there. We also studied the issue of reintegration of Crimea, as well as not enough work was done on this issue. One of the most important works is the work by Yuri Smelansky, and he identifies that in the process of drafting strategy of the occupation for Crimea, 5 blocks of issues should be resolved.
адміністративно-територіальний і політико-територіальні блоки, які включають
Political and territorial political package, which is about setting up communities on the peninsula, ecological and cultural issues. We have to take into account the social and economic instability in those regions, a high level of domestic conflicts, and lack of trust in law enforcement bodies. The lack of decisions of government in line with the aforementioned challenges can result in a situation that the population of those territories will refuse to come back to the Ukrainian legal framework. There is also a document which is called The Strategy of Cognitive Deoccupation of Crimea, which says that we need to affect the mentality of people on the occupied territories. But none of these documents tells us what is going to happen to the property which people have documents for signed by occupational authorities. So what do we suggest doing? We suggest that we have to acknowledge the Ukrainian pieces of legislation which are relevant for this, as regards those which were based on Russian legislation. There should be a procedure similar to inheritance procedures. Inheritance cases are concluded within 9 months, and notaries can open cases, and within 1 year, the cases would remain open. And at the final stage, we suggest making inventory of lands and to develop comprehensive plans for the restoration of territorial communities. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. We give the floor to Nadia Halchenko, head of the Scientific Board of the Department of Ecology and Natural Resources of the Poltava Oblast Administration, and Serhiy Ulinik, Director of the Department of Ecology and Natural Resources of Poltava Oblast Administration. Please stick to the time limit.
Пані Надія, у вас вимкнений мікрофон.
And Nadia, you have muted microphone. Yeah, it's okay. I've unmuted it. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm very grateful for being able to be here, even though there's a war going on. In the morning today, we've had 3 air raid sirens, 3 air raid alerts. And now it's okay, so I can present this information to you. We are talking about the cadastre of territories and objects of natural preserve fund of the Poltava Oblast. We have a cadastre about those objects, and in line with that cadastre, this information, by the way, can be obtained at the resource of the state Fund of Natural Resources. This slide shows the analysis of this cadastre as of January 2023. There's a comparative table for 22 and 23 years. There's a slight increase of the number of objects of Natural Preserve Fund, and this is characteristic basically for the entire Poltava Oblast. We compared data from 2020, and the percentage of preserves for our oblast is 4.95%. And this is an increase from 4.5%. So there's a slow growth of the territories which are considered to be preserves. But nevertheless, there are primarily objects of the city status as regards natural and preserve territories. The cadastre of data includes the following information: the title of object, its log type, the area, location, and the organizations they are subordinated to, as well as the decision about setting up this object. This year, we've started in compiling database for objects of natural preserve funds of Poltava Oblast, and we suggest that apart from the data which are included in the public cadastre map, they should also include information related to characteristics and bio and phytodiversity, the functional use of the territories and such like. That's why we suggested the following conceptual model, which can be used for any object of the Natural Preserve Fund. There are different categories, as you can see in this slide. And currently, this information is quite limited. It's included only in the preliminary list of the territories and objects of Natural Preserve Fund. It's being done at the oblast authorities level, or if there are no authorities of that kind at the local level, this is done at the national level. By way of example, we use the Nizhny-Sulsky Park. I will show a few slides to you to that effect. The first one gives the general characteristics of the open data included in the public cadastre fund. The area, the decision about setting up this object, and so on. But we understand that for the cadastre of Natural Preserve Fund, this information is not sufficient. Now, the next slide shows, for instance, cadastre for plants. As we see some rare plants, additional information should be provided. But the basis of this is a cartographic material and its precision. We understand that a lot of these pictures were made back in the 50s and 60s of the previous century. And it's only over the last several years that we see more or less accurate cartographic material, maps. Should be added that for the territory of Poltava Oblast, only 50% are the projects of land management which are close to preserved areas, and the information about them is far from complete. the lands are shown there, but the information is really very limited and insufficient. We suggested it should be provided by way of cartographic materials. There's, like, for instance, for the functional zoning of the area. On the example of Nizhny Surski, there are 4 zones. We show their area, percentage of their area, and the regime and the regulations for the use of those territories. There are some prospective territories which can be broadened and qualified as preserve areas. There are also objects which include arable lands, lands of industrial use, and other categories. And at the same time, they are qualified as lands of natural preserve fund. Still, industrial activities are going on there, and the land is being provided for production purposes, which basically means that there's a very improper use of territories of natural reserve fund. The models that I've shown can be used by different administrations of territories of the natural preserve fund, with the purpose of inventorization of resources and for the implementation of research. The Department of Ecology of the Oblast Administration is initiating for the next year the update of data on the territories and objects of all national and oblast status. Among the major problems related to the boundaries of the preserve funds is the problem that the users and owners of land plots, excuse me, there's been a glitch. They refuse to provide their lands for the broadening of preserve territories. We have several examples when areas are being broadened and included into the pool of natural preserve lands. Sometimes these lands clash with the interests of those who have certain enterprises there, or even landfills for that matter. The Department of Ecology supports all the initiatives coming from the scientific board, and we provide recommendations about the boundaries of preserve zones, as well as the ideas related to the update of cadastre of natural preserve lands and territories. That's all I have time for, unfortunately. Sorry for speaking so fast, but thank you. You've met the time limit. Panel number 2 is over. We'll have the third one, and we will give the floor to Emeritus Professor of this university, Knut, Professor Thomas Luhmann.
Scan 3D in a simulator for terrestrial laser scanning. Please, Thomas.
Do you hear us?
Будь ласка, Томасе.
Hello, everybody.
Yes, we hear you. Can you share the screen?
Yes, just a second. So, hope you can see that. Sorry. Wrong screen. Just a second.
Press 5, please. F5, F5.
Just a second.
Okay.
I need to switch my screen.
Please switch off Zoom screen and share with us PowerPoint, please. Yes,
now?
PowerPoint, great. Thank you.
Very good. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my presentation and best wishes from Germany to Ukraine. I will speak shortly about a project which we are doing in cooperation with KNUKA, Dnipro University of Technology, University of Bamberg in Germany, and Oldenburg University. And this is about a simulator for terrestrial laser scanning that can be used for e-learning and distance learning purposes without having a real scanner. As many of you may know, I have worked together with my colleagues in Kiev since about 12 years already, starting in 2011, and with joint projects, exchange of students, joint lectures, guest lectures, and also modernization of new courses, some research activities, and also some activities in business development. And we just have finished the last Intergeo in Berlin last week, where Ukrainian companies could present their products and services free of charge. And this was one benefit of our cooperation, because I could manage to offer these booths and stands for free. So, but now I will speak about the purpose of our project. I mean, you know, everybody, hopefully, that 3D scanning and modeling is state of the art, that we need 3D point clouds for many purposes. However, we have quite expensive instruments that hardly can be afforded by Ukrainian universities or other universities in the world. But we need that for construction, for
для відбудови, побудови, для моделювання, застосування до збереження спадщини.
For city mapping, road mapping, natural monuments, and many more. And I know most of you are familiar with these applications and with these technologies. But this was is the current situation. So here we have an example from the teacher's house in Kiev, has been done by Denis Gogovchuk from KNUKA some years ago already. And from that, a BIM model could be created. For those who are not so familiar with BIM, this is a basic technology today to combine different types of information into the whole process of planning, building, maintaining of
Ці процеси планування, будівництва, утримання будинків, інфраструктури, мостів і так далі. Тобто BIM функції і програмне забезпечення, таке як Autodesk. І ми, як геодезісти, для нас це важливий інструмент необхідних даних. Звичайно, використовуються дані, які можемо створити, як форма, розмір будинків, і інтер'єра, і зовнішній, і екстер'єр будинків. Але все це має бути об'єднано з іншими інфраструктурними даними, такими як лінії забезпечення електропередач, матеріалами, ну і так далі, іншою інформацією.
Here we have a model of the 3D of an industrial site in 3D, so you can see the complexity of such plants and factories where BIM and also CAD modeling is necessary to maintain the factory, to plan new resources, to rebuild it.
Зображення, розсікти ці зображення. Це приклад як мої колеги із Грузії, ми виміряли старі церкви в Грузії, в Тбілісі, в комбінації з дронами, з безпілотниками, щоб створити такі іміджі і лазерним скануванням. Все це в одному проєкті, в одному програмному забезпеченні. Ви бачите, який рівень деталізації, точності і повноти цього. І я маю сказати, що хочу наголосити, що це абсолютно автоматизовано. Тобто програмне забезпечення забезпечує об'єднати всі ці джерела інформації одночасно. І знаєте, яка катастрофа відбулася з собором Нотр-Дам в Парижі. І ми раді, що була зроблена модель трьохвимірна цього собору до пожежі. І це дало можливість зараз відбудовувати його і відновити, і навіть показати, як відвідувачі можуть втекти в разі пожежі і врятуватися. А це ще один приклад з Києва, де сканування різних об'єктів, монументів, пам'яток допомагає зберегти на випадок, якщо буде якась руйнація, щоб можна було їх потім відбудувати і повною мірою відновити. А тепер наш проект фінансувався DAAD, це Німецька асоціація академічних обмінів. З 2019 року, вже 4 роки він фінансується разом з нашими партнерами. І є спеціальна програма підтримки України з боку Німеччини. Ми отримали можливість знайти фінансування для нашої програми. Отже, наша мотивація полягає в тому, щоб замінити реальні інструменти віртуальними засобами, щоб студенти могли навчитися, як здійснювати лазерне сканування, не маючи в руках реальних інструментів. І що це особливо важливо стало, коли розгорілася пандемія COVID-19. Отже, ми здійснювали онлайн-підготовку студентів, викладачів і можемо використовувати нові технології, нової доповненої реальності, використовувати навіть комп'ютерні ігри для того, щоб підтримати такого роду навчання. І студенти і викладачі можуть тренуватися на віртуальних системах, що дуже ефективно в плані фінансів або навіть зовсім безкоштовно і дуже гнучко і орієнтовано на майбутнє. Наші партнери по співпраці, як я вже сказав, це Київ Національний університет будівництва і архітектури, університет Бамберський університет в Німеччині, а також технічний університет в Дніпрі. І деякі колеги, я знаю, присутні тут, то я їх всіх вітаю. І тут ви бачите коротке відео про те, як виглядає сканер. Тобто в середовищі ви можете побачити, ви можете поставити свій сканер, ходити навкруги і рухатись, як у відеогрі. І ви можете подивитися після моєї презентації, якщо буде час. Ми різні професійні сканери використовуємо, різних виробників, Leica, Faro, Trimble, і вони використовують інтерфейс, який функціонує в реальності. І після того, як ви встановлюєте станцію, визначаєте параметри і об'єкти, ви бачите зелене світло на образі, і яке показує, як лазер сканує реальний об'єкт, і він просто обчислює всі ці точки перетину лазерних лучів і об'єктів, і дозволяє без зайвих завад побудувати таку картину. У нас є також інтегроване програмне забезпечення,
also possible to include your own 3D environments so that you can use it in that environment as you want.
середовища, щоб використовувати його там, де вам потрібно.
The software architecture and the
Про
workflow
архітектуру
looks
програмного забезпечення і
briefly like
потоки
this.
роботи
So on
виглядає
top we have the
приблизно
3D
так.
model of the
Говоримо,
environment,
бачимо
a BIM model
трьохвимірну модель
typically with material
середовища
properties, etc.
з
We have a
матеріалами,
laser scanner with its
власністю.
technical
У нас є
specifications, and
лазерний
we have
сканер,
some settings
який
for the
тут певні
scanning.
технічні
Then a graphical
специфікації,
user
а також
interface, which
є
consists of the 3D
встановлення,
viewer, as you just have seen,
сканування,
and
і потім, як ви
the
бачите,
TLS interface. Here on
інтерфейс
the right-hand side, you
TLS,
can see some
з
examples.
праворуч
Here on the
ви можете
left-hand side,
побачити
you can
деякі
see the
приклади,
model of
ви
the
бачите
Leica RTC 360. It is the
модель
real cut
Leica.
model of the Leica
Це
scanner, which
реальна
was provided
модель,
by Leica.
як сканер.
You set the scan stations, you do the virtual scanning.
Ви здійснюєте віртуальне сканування, отримуєте хмару трьохвимірну, і потім ви транспортуєте ці дані. Є додаткові пакети програми для реєстрації якісного аналізу або моделювання, порівняння хмар, ну, тобто все, що хочете. Інтерфейси по програмному забезпеченню є найсучаснішими.
Here's the work plan
Тут ви бачите
of our
робочий план
project. So we started with software development,
проєктів.
we
Ми
established
почали з
some training
розробки
courses. We have done
комп'ютерного
project weeks
забезпечення,
where
потім
students
навчальні
from Ukraine
курси,
and Germany work
потім ми
together in
провели
reality
кілька тижнів з
to compare
студентами
the
з
virtual
України, з
scanning with
Німеччини,
real
провели
scanning.
кілька тижнів
And
разом,
unfortunately, due to
порівнюючи
the
реальне сканування, віртуальне
pandemic and
сканування.
due to the
Ну, на жаль, через пандемію
Russian invasion,
і російське
we could
вторгнення
not
ми не
fulfill
змогли
or could not conduct the summer school, which was
провести
originally planned.
літню
But
школу,
we have
яка була
also
запланована.
created a lot of teaching
Ми
material,
також
and
створили
already
дуже багато
the virtual
навчальних
scanning is
матеріалів,
now part of the
і
curriculum
зараз
in Kiev, and
віртуальне
I think
сканування є частиною програми
Я вам
в
на електронну
Києві.
пошту кинула матеріали деякі, тому що ми сьогодні
Пані Надія Галенко, вимкніть, будь
будь
ласка, звук. Пані Надія.
конференції «Геопростір 2023». У мене там була доповідь разом з ним.
Пані
Надія. Я скинула вам там скріншоти, скинула програму, де ми прописані як спікери, скинула посилання на сайт. Зайдіть, будь ласка,
I can continue?
Yes, sorry for that. Please, Thomas.
So, we have done a lot of testing with
Ми
students
багато тестування провели з
to check the
студентами,
performance and the
перевіряючи,
use of
як
the
все
virtual
це
scanner.
працює, як
We have
використовується
very good
віртуальний
results,
сканер,
so that it's
отримали
really
дуже
close to
гарні
reality what they
результати.
are doing
Тобто
on
це
their
дуже близько до реальності.
computers, and
Те,
then
що
they can
робиться
go
на
out and do
комп'ютері,
the real
і потім ви
measurements
можете
as
вийти і провести
they have
реальні
already
вимірювання,
simulated, and so they can avoid a lot of mistakes. They
які
know
вже
what to
були
do much better than
змодельовані. Таким
before.
чином можна уникнути багатьох помилок і зробити це набагато краще, ніж раніше.
The software was already presented in a lot of conferences, international conferences like the ISPRS, the CIPA conferences, the FIG conference, the InterGeo. We have a YouTube channel and we have a website, of course. And the software was awarded with the first prize of the ISPRS CatCon competition, which is for the best e-learning software. And in 22, we got the Wichmann Innovation Award at the InterGeo for the best software development in the field of geoinformation. So that is a quite successful project. The project weeks, they have happened in Bamberg last year and in November this year in Valencia, Spain. As already mentioned, we compare simulation with real scanning. We have German, Ukrainian, mixed student groups. So last year, some female students from Kiev and Dnipro could travel to Germany. Unfortunately, the male students could not travel, of course, and they mixed up with students from Oldenburg and Bamberg and spent a week in a self-organized project. So they had to plan and to organize their work by themselves. They have to do data and quality analysis. They had to correct their mistakes. They had to repeat their measurements if it was not correct. do a final presentation and got a certificate for participation and 3 credit points. So in 2 weeks, we will all travel to Spain and we'll repeat this in the environment of the University of Valencia, where part of our staff and your staff is now located. Here you can see some impressions from the project weeks, very nice atmosphere, very productive students, very friendly, intercultural.
Це дуже дружній обмін. Нова дружба зав'язалася. Отже, в цілому це було дуже успішний захід.
Future work, of course, has to be done. We need to continue the software development. We will give more presentations and results. We have now more than 800 downloads of the free version of the software. A lot of them in Ukraine, but all over the world, actually. We will further develop the teaching material. We will hopefully include mobile scanning devices next year, because mobile scanning is really a new promising technology from cars, from robots, from mobile platforms, or in hand or as a rucksack system. So that will be the next step. And we will try to apply for additional funding, because we can only continue the work if we got funded. And we are very looking forward, and we are very hopeful that there will be a new program from DAAD, which will be announced at the end of this year, which will help reconstruction of Ukraine by the DAAD. So please, everybody of you, keep your eyes open for those announcements, and we are happy to cooperate with you to help Ukraine to be get healthy from the events, from the war, and get fit for a European future. Thank you very much. So if we have some minutes time, then it would be possible to give you a short demonstration of the software itself. If we are short of time, then we can finish here now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Thomas. Dear Professor Thomas, thank you very much for your cooperation and great support of our faculty of Geoinformation and Management of Territories and our department GIS and Photogrammetry. Thank you very much for great support. Thank you for your time. Thank you, and see you soon, I hope. War is finished soon, will finish soon. Thank you.
Я дуже дякую всім доповідачам другої секції. Зараз оголошується перерва до 15:00, і ми запрошуємо всіх до роботи третьої секції о 15:00.
Break to 3 p.m. Now, please, you're kindly invited to lunch, and at 3 o'clock we'll resume and hold another panel discussion.
So I didn't get it. What's next?
So, as I understand, there was no time for presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Dennis. Anyway.
Okay. So now there is a break before the next session.
Доброго дня ще раз. Секція номер 3. Методи збирання геопросторових даних та BIM-технології у відбудові України. І першим доповідачем буде завідувач кафедри інженерної геодезії КНУБА, кандидат технічних наук, доцент Роман Дем'яненко.
Technical Sciences, Roman Demyanenko, who will be speaking about geodesy support.
Раз, два. Шановні друзі, я радий всіх вітати на цьому чудовому заході і маю честь виступити на ньому із своєю доповіддю. І ми бачимо на протязі вже другого дня відбуваються дуже цікаві події, дуже цікаві доповіді, які свідчать про яскравість і багатогранність науки геодезія. Ми розпочали з національної інфраструктури геопросторових даних, тобто з аспекту ГІС. Також ми слухали цікаві доповіді, пов'язані з землевпорядкуванням, і зараз ми говоримо про інженерну геодезію, про будівельно-інформаційне моделювання. Тому, якщо дозволите, я розпочну свою доповідь. Отже, мова йде про особливості інженерно-геодезичного забезпечення будівництва висотних динамічних об'єктів. Коли ми в цілому говоримо про висотні об'єкти, ми першим чином класифікуємо ці об'єкти. Щодо класифікації цих об'єктів, у нас є будівлі, у нас є споруди. Зараз ми окремо зупинимося на будівлях, і якщо можна, далі наступний слайд. Все, перепрошую. Отже, перш ніж ми їх класифікуємо, ми подивимося на стан справ у світі щодо кількості і висоти тих об'єктів, про які ми будемо сьогодні говорити. Отже, що ми маємо? Ми маємо ряд будівель у світі, висота яких складає...
is not 100 meters or so like we have in Ukraine, but more than 500 and more meters. The tallest building in the world as of today. I'm not sure how to use the pointer. Anyway, on the left you see a building with a height 830 meters. When we speak about geodesy support for the construction of this type of buildings, we take a look at the regulations which are relevant in Ukraine, and we take a look at the geodesy standards for construction. And one of that is to ensure the verticality of these buildings, and the methods are prescribed as how this should be achieved. In the table, there are requirements about vertical designing, which we're going to discuss later. So at this slide, you can see certain dynamics of changing the average height of buildings in the world, and we see that in 2015, it is more than 800 meters, just like I had mentioned before. Now let's take a look at how things stand in Ukraine. There are a number of buildings which have already built with this height. The tallest building is the trading center Paros, 133 meters tall. There are those 170 and 190 meters, but they are the projects which have not been completed yet. When I spoke about the regulations, which the complex of geodesy work regulates, and the methods of their regulation and the accuracy, these are the standards for construction.
Відповідно до цього ДБН ми
According to this standard,
очікувану або допустиму точність положення точок в
we've
плані і відповідно по висоті. І отримали відповідно
plotted the dots which are allowed
бачимо, що на висоту
as
340
regards the
метрів
height.
у нас
For the height
похибка
at
з іншого
340,
ДБНу
the marginal error is 7.8 millimeters.
Також ми розрахували відповідно по висоті і похибка
We always
склала
make
36
calculations
міліметрів.
for height,
Коли
and
ми
the
говоримо в цілому про
error
висотні
is
об'єкти,
36
ми
millimeters.
звикли до того,
When
що
we speak about high-rise
методи вертикального проектування і
buildings,
відповідні
we
прилади, або
use
це оптичні
vertical
прилади, або
designing
це
and optical
лазерні прилади.
or
І до
laser
всіх цих об'єктів ми
tools, and for all these objects,
ми їх відносимо до так званих статичних
we
об'єктів.
classify them as static
Прилади вертикального
objects
проектування.
when we use the tools of vertical
Цієї вертикальної осі ми виконуємо
designing. We have certain axes along which the basic figure is extrapolated, and each construction element, if we speak about construction modeling, the coordinates are included into the design, and we as geodesy specialists make sure that this is adhered to in real life. But the thing is that the higher the object, the less it looks like a static object. In the process of its construction and its subsequent use, we see certain deformation processes which are caused by different factors. There's some subsiding, some tilting, some changes in the linear space of the object, and we also observe certain twisting processes. These are the deformation processes which we observe. On a separate line, we calculated deformation with the temperature impact on ferroconcrete, fortified concrete. And we here see that 170 millimeters is the fluctuation, which means that the object is changing from static to dynamic. We've also calculated the deformations related to the wind effects. And again, we take a look at the norm, which says that a high-rise building is one high 72 to 73 meters high. But when we looked at the previous slides, and we know that the height of buildings can be several hundreds of meters, so what should we do here in Ukraine? In this case, we have to gather all the factors that make an impact on the behavior of the building, and we have to adjust our methods as we build this kind of objects. As we've analyzed the factors which we discussed before, I mean the impact of temperature, because the buildings are affected by solar radiation and wind effects. And probably for the modeling of the position of the vertical axis of the building, we could use the logarithm function, which is shown at this graph. The higher the tallness, the more the top layer will be diverting from the vertical axis. As a result of our calculations, which have been made together with Professor Annenkov, which is also a professor of our department. Well, time is tight. I'm being reminded about time limits, so I'll try to be brief. So we've made a model of this building. We have a nucleus of rigidity at the center. We have fortified concrete carcass as a nucleus of rigidity, and we subjected it to different effects: the own weight, wind effects, and temperature effects. And we've seen the following results as regards the shifting of dots depending on the height. So we can see that from the lower level to 60 meters, we have a certain bending, and then we have a curve of displacement of points of building construction, which can be approximated not by the algorithmic function, but by a linear function. We've understood that the first option, the logarithm function, and the second one is not quite good for our purposes, so we approximated the position of the points by a polynomial function. After the height of 40 meters, we used a linear function.
Одиниці, тобто сама апроксимація, в принципі, обрана достатньо, ну, на наш погляд, правильною. От. Далі, ну, ми вже говорили про комплекс тих факторів, які впливають, L1, L2, L3, я вже сказав, власна вага, температурний вплив і вітровий вплив. Традиційно ми вже говорили про те, що ці споруди забезпечувались раніше методами вертикального проектування, але коли ми бачимо, що з зміною або з впливом навантажень, які мають зміни в часі, ми не можемо користуватися вже традиційними методами і способами. Тому у цьому випадку прикладом чого є? Ми бачимо відхилення вертикальної осі споруди і, наприклад, ми уявляємо про те, що кожен наступний ярус ми повинні виконати забезпечення передачі пунктів базисної фігури вертикально, але якщо ми заберемо вплив зовнішніх факторів, у нас вертикальна вісь споруди повернеться до свого ідеального положення, але ось цей ярус, він буде у нас дивитися кудись в сторону, тобто він не буде вертикальним. Про що це якби свідчить? Це свідчить про те, що ми при забезпеченні будівництва такого типу будівель на такій висоті не можемо користуватися так званими традиційними методами, і в цьому випадку цей проєкт уже реалізований, і то та сама будівля Бурж-Дубая збудована спеціалістами в колаборації з компанією Лейка, які використали комбінацію приладів. Це були двохосьові високоточні інклінометри, супутникові навігаційні системи і роботизовані високоточні електронні тахіометри. В двох словах лише скажу про те, що інклінометри були встановлені на кожному з ярусів дискретно по висоті. І відповідно з даних інклінометрів ми могли вирахувати на останньому монтажному ярусі відхилення точки від вертикалі. Далі ми могли вирахувати відповідні координати по цим даним, а також порівняти їх із тими даними, які можна було, ну тут математичний апарат, я не буду на ньому окремо зупинятися, тому що немає вже часу. І ми могли їх порівняти з даними GNSS-спостережень. Якщо у нас ці дані співпадають, значить це означає, що ми в принципі дуже близькі до положення вертикальної осі споруди. Окремо ми на кожен наступний ярус прораховуємо уже фактичні координати точок, які повинні бути в результаті дії зовнішніх факторів з урахуванням відхилення цієї споруди від висоти. І потім уявимо собі ситуацію, у нас прибирається дія зовнішніх факторів, споруда займає вертикальне положення, відповідно кожен наступний ярус, який ми будуємо, знову ж таки близький дуже до свого проєктного значення. Значить, як я вже сказав про те, що цей проєкт реалізований компанією Лейка, Бурж-Дубай збудований саме за цією технологією, але при аналізі тих публікацій, які були направлені на рекламу цієї продукції, мова йшла лише про реалізований цей проєкт і про реалізовану складову, пов'язану з саме приладами, які використовуються. Математичних формул немає, програмного забезпечення немає у відкритому доступі, і тут для нас є якби викликом. Або ми в умовах відбудови України користуємося якби, ну, там, чужим, платимо їм за цю технологію, або ми розвиваємо щось своє. Ми пішли саме цим шляхом, тому я дуже радий був представити свою доповідь для поважної аудиторії. Щиро всім дякую за увагу, і якщо є питання, то буду готовий відповісти якби в рамках відведеного на це часу. Все, друзі, дуже дякую. Все, всім міцного здоров'я. А Україні перемоги!
Щиро дякую, Романе, за такий екскурс в геодезичний моніторинг хмарочосів. Всі ви знаєте, що Київ – це найвисокіша столиця, найвища столиця в Європі по забудові. І це великий світ інженерної геодезії, який потребує не 10 хвилин, може навіть не 10 днів. Наступним доповідачем буде Марія Рибницька. Вона є інженером з лазерного сканування, спеціалістом з опрацювання даних лазерного сканування, товариства з обмеженою відповідальністю, навігаційно-геодезичний центр. Марія, поширюйте, будь ласка, презентацію. Вас не чути.
Зараз я поширю презентацію.
Дякую, чекаємо. F5 натисніть, щоб був повноекранний режим, будь ласка. Дякую, у вас 10 хвилин.
Видно на повний екран чи ні?
На повний екран F5 натисніть, що не повний.
Так, доброго дня всім. Рада вітати вас.
Ви поширюєте Zoom, я перепрошую, перейдіть, будь ласка, в PowerPoint. F5 натисніть.
Це видно?
Так, видно, дякую. Продовжуйте, будь ласка.
Я сьогодні вам розповім доповідь в мене на тему геодезичний супровід при відновленні зруйнованих об'єктів. Цю доповідь ми підготували разом з моїми колегами. Я вам розповім про таке практичне вже більш використання приладів для фіксування руйнацій та їх опрацювання цих даних. Всім нам відомо, що найбільше страждають
We all know that such objects as schools, kindergartens, or residential houses suffered most, as well as infrastructure, roads, bridges, or adjacent territories near the roads. These objects have the common feature that they are ruined very substantially, and it's very difficult to identify the damage. So the use of geodesic instruments is not useful because they give too few data. And the use of laser scanning allows us to get the full information about the object with all the damage, and makes it possible to get the detailed information. Also, in these instruments, some additional instruments may be used like infrared cameras. We also get data on dot clouds directly from the instrument, and we also can use photography and moving around the object and making the panoramic photographs. And also all this is combined in the interface. And we see all this data in one place, in one system of coordinates. If we speak about the instruments which could be used for solving this object, these are land fixed laser scanners or mobile laser scanners. Speaking about the fixed laser scanners, so the first level of such scanning could be done by BLK 360. This is the smallest scanner in the line of these instruments, and it is the smallest one. The sizes of the 15 centimeters long and 70 in diameter. So it is the lightest and the most mobile, the easiest to move, and it scans at a distance of up to 60 meters. The best scanner in this would be RTC 360, which is the quickest scanner, up to 2 million dots per second, and its diameter is 130 meters. So we'll get more information over the same period of time. If we need to scan the bigger object at a bigger distance, up to 1 kilometer,
цей сканер, він більше використовується
that would be E series. The scanner is used rather for industry because it's very precise, up to 2 millimeters, the precision is. If we need a lot of details about the object, we use this scanner. We may say that the use of this technology as laser scanning at the level of the state is already conducted. The Ministry of Justice procured scanners, RTC 360, as well as Kharkiv Police procured 3 scanners, BLK 360, and 2 of them are working on detecting the damage. Also, Leica is developing its products. They have upgraded BLK 360. It's the next generation. It's even smaller and lighter and more precise than the previous generation. It allows to improve the mobility and to processing of the data. Also, there are some options for use of BLK series, BLK manual scanner. BLK AC could be installed on the robotized systems that move around the object under remote control. Also, it is possible to install BLK to the UAV and to do scanning from the air, as well as BLK 47, which could be installed and to do scanning upside down. So if we have the objects bigger than just territory of some building or some small place, this could be the territory which was ruined very heavily. So this should be processed through a graphic plan. You can use mobile laser scanners, so the territory of surveying increased, and we use the scanners which help us to save our time, BLK to go. This is a manual scanner which is used for scanning, holding it in the hand, just walking around the object. Backpack scanner could be installed as a backpack. You may walk around the object and do scanning at the same time. And a more powerful instrument is Pegasus, which is installed on the car, and at a speed up to 40 kilometers per hour. You can move around the territory and do scanning. You may cover quite a big territory this way, and there is no need to have stationary scanners, moving them from one place to another. And then I will tell you about our practical experience of using these systems, how we used them in practical work. The country cottage was ruined as a result of tank shelling from the tank. And the scanning was done with the help of RTC 360. Then this data was transferred to Leica, transmitted to Leica Geosystems. They processed this data and designed the software for this, and they introduced some new approaches to working on these objects. You have only 1 minute left. I'm almost finished. So the next example is the mall in Nikolsky. It's on the 9th of March 2022. It was ruined, and they damaged some floors and atrium.
За допомогою використання лазерного сканеру і робили також тахеометрію.
And we also carried out tachometry. And due to the scanner, we made an image of atrium and analyzed the deformation so that the designers could figure out how to rebuild it and how to renew it, because the glass was broken. Apart from that, we also analyzed the shifting of the columns and how we should polish the floor when we did the finishing layer on the floor and restored the covering. The use of mobile technology, Pegasus, helped us to make an image of the road close to Barvinkovo. As a result, we made a topographic plan and made a lengthwise and widthwise lines on the road. According to our experience for the analysis of damage, laser scanning is the most appropriate method, which makes it possible to help draft the documents for recovery and to gather the fullest possible set of data which would be readily available without going out to the locality, which is very helpful, especially if those objects are in dangerous areas of our country. That's basically all I have to say. Thank you for your Thank you very much, Maria. Next,
Геодезії з компанії System Solutions.
will be representative of System Solutions, Михайло Тірниця. He is our graduate of 2012, and he is a postgraduate student of Lviv Polytechnics University now. The partners of, among the partners of our conference are SoftProd, System Solutions, the USAID, and also the Anti-Corruption EU initiative. I'm head of the Department of Sales. So, but today I will be just an ordinary technical specialist, because I get lots of phone calls when people complain that RDK works very badly. Yes, during the war it does work poorly. Well, I'll tell you about this problem and how we can address it. Well, unfortunately, 24th of February last year, we were all caught unawares. This is a basic station which was struck by a missile. And there were many bases like this, but we started working right away after that for supporting agrarians and geodesy experts. But the war actually, in many respects, made us stronger in the number of basic stations due to our cooperation with partners, made our work even broader. Basic station, everything is connected through the internet. So this is straightforward stuff. I'm not going to dwell upon it. You're all aware of this. I would like to speak about the advantages of the network solutions, because in the network solutions, it's much easier to do the modeling and to analyze the marginal error. I'm going to skip some slides. System Solutions network is not just a network which we decided using without any reason. All this is being done by the Institute of Geodesy and Cartography. It provides all the standards for work on the basis of this. As regards SK63 and 2000, we use transformation model through triangulation of the second and the first class throughout the territory of Ukraine, which makes it possible for us to reach 2 to 5 centimeters accuracy. We also use the geoid model, which is not Ukrainian or European geoid. It's a European geoid, which is adapted for the territory of Ukraine, which makes it possible also to reach points of triangulation. The network is universal and works with any provider of geodesic or agricultural equipment. They have the same types of GPS. It can be used for land cadastre in agriculture, for the creation of databases, for the creation of orthophoto plans with the use of UAVs and otherwise, for engineering imagery, for geological survey and so on. There are a host of services that use our cells. So what does the RTK require? We need two things. First, the satellite views, and secondly, we need the internet. And if when a geodesy expert works, he interacts with the network as a team. They cannot operate without each other. Let's assume that problems occur at the basic station. So what do we do? What do we do to deal with this? For instance, there's no power. Currently, we can provide basic stations with the additional sources of the internet. Even if the main sources will go out of order, the internet will stay in place and the network will operate. Our basic stations are not that many, about 250, 260 in number, so we can handle that. We have more than 5,000 clients, and each of them have pretty much the same problems. That's why I would like to draw attention to the problems which occur during the geodesic works, be it pilots of drones or operators of agricultural equipment. All of them have the same problems. The absence of the internet. Without the internet, nothing can be done. There are several methods to address this. The first one to have the old MTS, CDMA modems, Wi-Fi modems. They are slightly better in terms of the module of getting information than your mobile telephones. That's why in Zaporizhzhia and Kherson Oblast, for instance, in the steppes, you couldn't have worked without this in the steppes. And now it looks like we need those devices across the country. It's not a remedy for all the problems, but some 99% of cases can be remedied. But there is also one more thing, the satellites, and there's so many jammers during the war and electronic warfare devices, and against them nobody can do anything, be it a basic station or what have you. On the left side, you can see a jammer, which is very cheap, 500 hryvnias. And you put it on, and there's no satellite signal for 200 to 300 meters. Another price range is 80,000. The higher range is about 500,000. And when such jammers are switched on, half of Oblast can lose the internet, and you cannot do anything. The only thing I can recommend in such a situation, you use the GPS receiver, and you go ahead. When the GPS kicks in, starts working, it means that you reach the level behind which the jammer is not working. Because otherwise you cannot do anything else to cope with that situation. We have to understand this. One more thing that I would like to add, cooperation with law enforcement bodies. They have full access to our network. They control it. They do their works with the use of our network. When the network is down and there's no error alert, it can be that there are some precautionary measures being carried out by the law enforcement bodies. But I cannot divulge all the information about that. But I will just give you a telephone number of mine. So please call me as you confront a problem. If I can, I will definitely respond to your calls, and I will try to help you resolve your issues. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mikhailo, for sticking to the time limit. Even though the consumers of this service in Ukraine are very demanding, your company deals very finely with the challenges that arise. Or Olga Romanenko will be the next speaker. She's a representative of the first graduation of 2006, and now she's the Director General of Construction Engineering Hackathon in company. She will be speaking about designing a comprehensive approach to the designing of and construction of buildings. I am Olga Romanenko, as you've already heard. By the way, today is the first time that I heard that I representative of the first graduation year of East. I'm not just the builder by education, but for the last 18 years, I've been practically working in this field, and for 11 years I've been an entrepreneur. I'm a co-founder of Kopan company, which is one of the leaders of energy sufficient construction. As of 2015,
продукти, наші проекти в Західну Європу і під час війни
projects to Western Europe, and during the war, we even launched a second production facility as a company born in Ukraine. That's the way we position ourselves. For the last 4 years, I am a consultant for energy saving and sustainable development goals. I am a preacher of energy saving, and I was one even before it became the mainstream, not just because our engineering power grids are being shelled, but and not because of the UN adopted sustainability goals, and most companies have been working on these goals since 2016, but we were one of the first trailblazers to have implemented.
Готуючись до сьогоднішньої зустрічі, чесно хвилювалася, і перша в мене думка була після діалогу з Надією, така думаю, ну я ж більш будівельник, ну тобто це до геодезії вже якби мало якось і прив'язане, можливо це не зовсім профільно, але дякую за запрошення, бо насправді я зрозуміла, це дуже профільно, тому що 50% фактично, якщо не більше, впливу саме на енергоефективність будівлі – це саме її геолокація і правильне використання геоінформаційних даних, де знаходиться наша будівля. І я би дуже хотіла вам розказати про кожен з цих проєктів. Вони тут не просто так, це проєкти реалізовані в команді з моїми партнерами з Казахстану, з Австрії, але я таку зробила шкалу, знаєте, еволюція енергоефективності, і, на жаль, от будівлі зі звичайним енергоспоживанням.
Buildings with the regular consumption, which consume about 200 kilowatts per square meter or higher. This is what we inherited from the Soviet Union. And raising of the energy efficiency class is something to which we move. Company Kopan and our engineering team work on the class of energy efficiency passive building. I'm sure you understand what it means. The energy efficiency is identified by the amount of kilowatts consumed by the building per square meter. Why it is important to create energy efficient buildings? Because the shell of the energy efficient building will use this energy inside effectively, because everyone present here produces 100 watts of heat. So children are even hotter, and people who are going in for sports or dancing, they produce even more heat. So when engineering networks and buildings work together with the comfort and heat produced by people, it makes us able to use energy more effectively. The last project of ours the building with zero energy consumption. This is not just a trend, it's not our future, it's what we need today, and which is absolutely possible. How do we reach this? First of all, by means of correct analysis of location of the building and coordination of all the functions and networks present in the building. By coordination, coordination is done by a special dispatch software. Actually, this software which we use is a unique and created in Ukraine. It allows, irrespective of the function of the building, whether it's industrial building or residential or a small cottage, or to analyze and upgrade. It's like your Android telephone that is upgrading every 2 months. So the same way, your building will be upgraded depending on how the energy is used. So it will not only use the sensors like CO2, it will also analyze your habits and offer upgrade to reduce the energy consumption from networks even more on the basis of this and reaching the zero consumption in the end of the day. So the geolocation of the building affects in the first place the territory, access to water, wind, sun, solar energy, all this important. The second stage is scenario of use. If it's a university, for example, where there is a room which is used once every 2 or 3 months, so this room may be supplied with energy from other premises which are used more often because they can create a reserve of energy. And the third step is the passive house, a shell, is reached by wind technology. So when we create it and stimulate it according to the geographic conditions. On the next stage, we design engineering networks following the shell and the function specific for this particular building. And then the final stage, the last stage, the rest of the energy which we need to get from the network, we calculate whether it would make sense to use alternative sources of energy. We know that irrespective of how smart our engineers, the investors would pay, and every know-how should be well grounded, and the investment should be returned. So that's why alternative sources of energy are not always necessary, because sometimes people, when they speak about solar panels, when there is a smart shell, make no sense. I'm not going to explain every graph, but this is the presentation of how our software functions. Together with our partners, we developed with Advances Group. They set up engineering provision for our designs. The principle of this software is like this: we analyze every day in the year according to the movement of the solar movement, how the building is heated or cooled during the course of the year, when we can get free energy, for instance. If the windows are close from the sun, it would make
Аналізуємо саме
much
обидва.
cheaper than cooling the premises with a conditioner. Then we analyze the shell thanks to with using the
Перевірити її на термо.
simulators. We analyze the shell of the building, verify the thermal insulation as well as
Відсотків енергії втрачається саме через
insulation
інфільтрацію.
from the air. So if the building is completely insulated, if insulated badly, then there's 40% of money will be wasted on energy. Then the program allows to calculate all scenarios of cooling, warming, and offer the optimized set of engineering solutions. Some words, one of the cases implemented the year before the last in Vienna. We partly participated in it because we were designing ventilation near the downtown. There was a big high-rising building was constructed, and 6 9-story buildings. So they were designed following the principle of zero energy, but in the process of use, they showed 140% generation of energy. And this energy could be sold or could be used for heating neighboring houses, and the municipality requested the developers, the engineers who set up this, asking them for permission to connect to this set of buildings, the administrative buildings of Vienna situated nearby, for them to heat those administrative buildings. So they will, by the end of 23, they will be heated by energy from this set of center. And we also developed a number of scenarios for Occupy company in order to reduce to maximum extent the load on the networks. They plan to open their representation in Ukraine. I think, and in conclusion, to sum up, I want to say why it's important to take out natural resources. First of all, because we get them free of charge, and the second, we have to preserve them and political on the way to European integration. You understand that our tariffs will not remain at the level at which they are. So even now, they are 10 times lower than in average in Europe. So we're prepared to energy efficiency. So because any innovations, first of all, are intended for minimization of costs and for economy and efficiency. So our projects are aimed at innovations in terms of making investment profitable. So Ukraine has lots of chances to become much better and stronger. That's why at all conferences on rebuilding Ukraine, we hear build back better, better than it was before, and we can do it better only using the modern technologies and preserving the natural resources to maximum extent. Thank you, Olga. The smart selection of location for construction, it's about information technologies and systems. Thank you very much for very interesting presentation. We hope to continue our cooperation. Now the floor is given to the members of the Council of Employers System Development, Alexei Domansky, who is going to speak about satellite imagery accessible in Ukraine.
Доброго дня.
Good afternoon. Yesterday, this presentation was made, but there was no time for questions. That's why I think today to speak about main points and main satellites, maybe answering your questions. Currently, one can order images from Maxar satellites, which are 41 centimeter, 46 centimeter, and 31 centimeter. You can order products with 50, 40, and 30 accordingly. There is lots of archives in the territory of Ukraine, or you can order new imagery. There were some examples. This is the best quality from the space. Examples of pictures from the territory of amalgamated communities show that the cost of these images is not very high compared to other sources of data for renovation of maps and analysis of big territories.
Here it is. This is the cost for Lviv community, 255,000 hryvnias. For the Marka territorial community, there's a need to commission new imagery. The next provider of data is a Planet company. They have constellation SkySat with a resolution of 70 centimeters per pixel and a lot of satellites, due to which new images can be done very rapidly. And there is also Planet Scope satellites. There are 200 of them, and they make imagery of the whole Earth, except for some pre-polar territories, and basically on a daily basis. And those imagery is used for the analysis of agriculture, forestry, and one can monitor this pretty much in real time. Let's have a Q&A. If you have some questions concerning this information, please go ahead.
Найкраща роздільна здатність це 30 сантиметрів на піксель.
30 centimeters per pixel is the best resolution. This is the resolution of the sensor. There are super resolution products, 15 centimeters per pixel from Maxar company. This is with the use of artificial intelligence, but actually this does not look like 15 centimeters using aerial photo imagery. But these products can be used with a slight additional payment. They can enhance the resolution.
розглянув стандартне замовлення, як у нас це відбувається.
Standard
У нас
orders, it looks like this. A client addresses us. We ask them about the zone of their interest, because this is necessary for us to find the right archive imagery, the time period for which the imagery would be relevant for them, and if there are images, we can commission them once the payment has been effected, and within 3 days the imagery is received. If it is a commissioning of a new image, the turnout time would be 30 days, and with proper weather conditions, if there are no clouds and if there are no more important priorities for the satellite, it can be faster. Or, you know, the space imagery is a very serious thing. Sometimes it's very difficult to plan a new image taking, and it can take up to 2 months to make an image, or even longer than that. The best to do it during the summertime, because the weather is at its best. There's a lot of light, and there's a lower probability of clouds. That's for the territory of Ukraine. For other territories, it can be otherwise. There are some territories on the earth where there are some 3 to 5 cloudless days in a year, and it's very difficult to capture them.
замовлення
2022-23, did you have any orders from territorial communities to get imagery for their prospective development plans? Yes, we've had some orders of that kind. What part of Ukraine did that come from? East, west, south, north? It was from central Ukraine. This year we've done a lot of orthophoto imagery for forestry industry. And what are the formats of imagery in which you provide them to the customers, the files themselves? It's a GeoTIFF format. These are relatively geolocated images. Basically, all the satellites make images in 4 channels: the visible spectrum and close infrared. Some satellites have 8 channels, which means an additional 4 channels: red edge, deep blue, and some other more detailed specters. Thank you very much, Alexei, for your presentation and for taking the questions. The next presenter will be Andriy Yarovy, my group mate from the graduation of 2009. Andriy now is head of a limited company, Topogia, and he also a 3D analyst of the public NGO Ukraine Incognito. And he will be speaking about the cultural heritage of Ukraine in 3D. Thank you. I will tell you about our practical experience, as how we try to preserve the cultural heritage of Ukraine, which suffered so much during the war, and even before the war, it suffered because of lack of technologies, digitalization, and proper safeguards. And because of those drawbacks,
people have no free access to Ukraine's heritage and history. People around the world know next to nothing about Ukraine, and very often they just know that Ukraine is a place where a war is going on, and that's it. This year, our company, together with Ukraine Incognita, which is the largest local studies site, developed an initiative, a project rather, which is called Cultural Heritage of Ukraine in 3D. We digitalize a lot of information about heritage objects, and we provide this information. The method of digitalization which we opted for is the most efficient. As of today, we've carried out more than 10 expeditions and more than 30 digital copies have been made for Kyiv and Cherkasy oblasts. The goal of the project is pretty much straightforward, and this is something that our neighboring countries have been through already. This is about popularization and custody of information of cultural character. We can use one and the same model for many purposes, as a matter of fact. Just take a look at this scheme. We have an object of our research, for instance, a building. And thanks to our model, which we did with the use of a photo camera and UAV. We used the Phantom UAV, a photo camera, and then we processed it in reality capture, which is a software for 3D imaging, not for orthophoto plans, but they can do orthophoto pictures as well. And this model can be used anywhere. We can use CrossCloud or Sketchfly program. We can provide a virtual tour. We have a cloud of dots. We can use cloud of dots received from radars or from drawings without any problem. Orthophotos and drawings of facades, if this is a building, and digital elevation model. We also, there is a project, Old Cemeteries of Ukraine. This is a research about the Cossack burial places. And through the analysis of the surface, you can read the epitaphs on the tombstones. This is Kolodestvo and Zaliznyachka villages, which we researched in the Zaporizhia Oblast. There are very important Cossack burial places there. Even the locals are largely unaware about those cemeteries. Those crosses were made of sand 200 years ago, and those crosses are Cossack crosses, which prove that back then there were free Cossacks living on that land, which refutes the myth that Russia is spreading, that Ukrainians are not indigenous there, that it has always been Russian indigenous land. But these crosses in these burial places prove otherwise. Unfortunately, these cemeteries are not included into any register of protected zones, and they can be just bulldozed for construction or something like this. And that will be very unfortunate. So we made orthophoto plans in 3D models, and you can see them in this slide. And this made it possible for us to read the epitaphs on the crosses. And this is about architecture, the wooden churches. In Kyiv Oblast, Lipovy Skitok village not far from the town of Vasilkiv, and also Tulinci and Pidhirci, villages not far from Kyiv. There are also wooden churches there, and those models were done with ordinary drawings. They can be used as a virtual museum or for research purposes. If there is some restoration there, you can figure out how much wood or bricks was damaged or missing that should be replaced, and so on. This is the town of Boguslav in the south of Kyiv Oblast. There used to be a Jewish school in that building. Then Gestapo had its headquarters during the Nazi occupation. So we did the 3D drawings of that building, and the accuracy, precision is about 2 centimeters. All the sizes and all the parameters are there, and that can be very helpful for builders or for restoration workers, because you can see where the tiles got detached, where the bricks are missing, or the wood has decayed. It's really very helpful. This model is made just by a photo camera and a ruler. You don't need an expensive laser scanner or tachyometer. And it is with the use of these very simple tools like a camera and a ruler. Once you know the technology and the right approaches, you can get very detailed information.
Медвин – це міністерська школа. Ну, будівля в поганому стані, в неї там стіни починають падати. І от для збереження її також зробили таке дослідження. Тривимірна модель, обмірні креслення.
3D model and figure here. It's interesting to see that this is analysis of their surface, and here you see inclination from vertical. With the green, it's the biggest deviation. The building is in a shabby state, and we can clearly see the state of the surfaces in terms of deviation from the vertical line. This is one of not many remaining wooden cottages in the town of Boyarka. It used to be a sort of a resort in the town after they built a railway over there, and people with moderate incomes started to build their summer cottages. So, and this building remained because it belonged to the children's clinic, hospital. All the other wooden cottages were ruined or destroyed. Oh, there were many of them. This is again the measured figure. We have the sizes. This is a church in Lipovy Skitok, 3D model, textured. And we see on the first figures, we added to the photograph the distance marking So the lighter the portion is closer, the darker it is the further. This is one of the recent models, the village of Shevchenkove, where Shevchenko was born in Cherkasy Oblast. There is such a mill, windmill. There is an idea to restore it, to install wings, because inside it is more or less intact, almost functional. And now, on the basis of our images, they're developing the restoration project, and maybe in the future it may become a museum. This model we also we used for test 3D printing. This is a very detailed model with all these curves, and all the small details are visible at this model. So there are quite big opportunities. That is briefly what I wanted to tell you. And in conclusion, I would like to say that many people know and understand technologies. What I showed, it's not a know-how. All this has been used in Europe for more than 20 years, I know.
Звичайному фотоапарату і лінійці.
And even using just a regular photo camera and a ruler, you may do a lot of work to preserve heritage and make it known to people. There are many platforms which could be used for this, like Sketchfarm, CrossCloud, and others. So there you could upload these models, and on the basis of them, create virtual museums. Now there are many projects of making digital catalogs, digital copies of museum exhibits. Thank you. Thank you, Andrei, for introducing your knowledge into this noble cause, preserving Ukrainian historical and cultural heritage. And the last presenter today, Boris Chetveryakov, doctoral student from the Lvivska Polytechnica University. Yes. The presentation on the topic examples of combining distance and not invasive methods of surveying the objects of cultural heritage. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I would like to talk about the combination of distance and not invasive methods of studying and surveying the cultural heritage sites that in the world. They do not use one or two methods for surveying the territories. At the moment, it is not effective from the point of view of full survey of objects and cultural heritage. We focused on these methods because there are some sites of cultural heritage which it is impossible to survey using archaeological methods, like, for example, old Jewish cemeteries, which cannot be examined, or, for example, places which may bring the risk of epidemics in case of uncovering them. So we decided to offer the distance surveying methods and one geophysical methods, which is georadar acquisition, and the distance methods which we offer to use for various types of objects. It's the satellite optical electronics acquisition,
наземне лазерне сканування,
location acquisition, aviation acquisition from aircraft or land georadar acquisition in foreign literature and in Ukrainian literature. There are examples of combination of different methods, but mainly they are of more of empirical nature or have some chaotic explanation. The major methods for research, we have the satellite radio radar acquisition. On the basis of this data, we find extreme vertical shifts on the territory of surveying. Then we put these points out based on the coordinates and use the land radar surveying, laser surveying, and then these methods could be used for archaeological surveying and archaeological research. If, for example, a big territory, so all the territory, it would be very difficult to dig the various in various places, and our methods could be used for that. We tried combination of these methods on two objects, two sites. The first site is the Lviv Citadel. The times of the Second World War, it was a concentration camp for prisoners of war. And then the second site is in Zvenigorod placement settlement, which is in the ruined state, and the Lviv Citadel is in a state in which it existed by the time of beginning of the Second World War. And here we will, in this presentation, we'll present only Lviv Citadel as the object of surveying. At this slide, you see the detailed conceptual model which we drafted, which includes all the stages, beginning with information collection to the analysis and interpretation of the metadata, in parallel using methods of air photo acquisition from aircraft and others. Also, we developed additionally the software and the function of building the general model of objects of the old heritage and setting up the zone of protection around these zones, using define the boundaries of such a historical cultural heritage site. Here is the technological scheme of research, which includes combination, because there are different objects, then
йдуть або використовуючи картометричний метод певні.
It combines the primary data using cartographic methods, cartographic materials, if we speak about certain ancient settlements or developed territory, analysis, archive photos of the Second World War, of the Soviet times, when we speak about, for example, objects which are not displayed on the cartographic materials for various reasons. So you see the technological scheme. I'm not going to dwell upon it. We will look through these all stages in the presentation. First, we conducted on the territory of Lviv Citadel. First, we conducted photogrammetric surveying interpretation of archive photos of 1944, found the possible places for burial places. Then we worked on 36 radar
супутника Sentinel-1
radar acquisitions from Sentinel-1 satellite.
на предмет визначення екстремумів вертикальних зміщень. Ви
In
бачите
order to
космічний знімок з
identify
GeoI-1 21-го року, нанесені ці точки, визначені точки вертикальних зміщень. Це фактично за період, за дворічний період з 20-го по 22-й рік. Таких точок
for the period since 2022, there were 24 such points which have the biggest vertical shifts on the territory of Lviv Citadel. This object was interesting for us because besides burial places on the territory of this object, there are also a lot of underground tunnels, and these tunnels are still secret. The security service has the maps but does not share them publicly. So we could see only the underground tunnels between Maximilian Towers, and in the center there is a barrack which was used by soldiers during Austro-Hungarian period in Lviv Oblast, or for keeping prisoners of war at a time of concentration camp on its territory. So, then we started identifying the burial places. And you see that in the middle there are points.
Належить до визначених ходів. Ходи так само визначались ще й
The underground passages were also determined by field research. And I know that place since my childhood, and I know where those passages were. And all those dots basically coincided with the objects of the passages which exist. In yellow color, there are the dots which we rejected because they do not end up at the interpreted sections of the burials. These are probably the dots, the vertical shifting on which occurred because of human interference and changes in the landscape. And in green color, there are the dots that were in the grounds of the interpreted burial places. Here you can see the maximal vertical shifting, which fluctuated from 16 to 36 centimeters. And there's also a smoothed map of vertical shifting. After we've determined the vertical shifting and the localization, these dots, we used UTS radar, and we ran this research together with our English colleagues. Here you can see the use of geo radar in two sections. This is a modern court where we see this burial, and near to it there's a section which could be interpreted as brethren burial place, except for the anomalies which indicated to the fact that this is a burial place of the brethren. That we also saw the old boundaries of the cement foundation, which is preserved under the surface. Here you can see an enlarged image. On the right-hand side, you can see kind of a whitish triangle, and the continuation of that triangle is basically the right boundary of this former concentration camp. Then, on the basis of the technological scheme that I've presented, we use the program module of 3 blocks with the use of interferograms. This program software module deals with ready-made data, which you upload, and you come up with a general 3D model and carry out the models of the object of this cultural heritage. So we had downloaded the interferogram. This interferogram is a bit blurred. Then we did the command of separation of radical displacement, and then with the use of 3x3 pixel image, we also added the limit measurements of the displacement of shifting to know which points are to be separated and singled out on this image. And in the software package, we decided that from 16 to 30 centimeters, we had extreme points, and likewise the maximum numbers were in accordance with those indicators, so that we would show the group of pixels according to those data. We used for those pixels the yellow color, and with the help of the command of to form the coordinates, we had the boundaries of each section of the area on the basis of the marginal quadrangular nodes of this picture. If archaeological excavation is to be done there, we would be able to provide exact coordinates. The system of coordinates is implemented in VGS 84 in this module, and this catalog of coordinates could be saved for further printing. Another block is a 3D model of an object. Again, here we have additional data. We can use a cloud of dots from LIDAR on the basis of LIDAR technology, or aerial UAV imagery. We download SMR the field is divided into two parts. The higher part is the uploaded data above the surface, and the lower one is the data about lower than the surface, beneath the surface. And then these data are merged on the basis of coordinates. Again, we implement the function of turning to make a full analysis. We've singled out just a small fragment for our research to make it more graphic. And likewise, 3D model can use two formats, 3Z and 3. These formats can be extended in number, and the third block is about the boundaries of the area of cultural heritage or protected preserved zones. Again, the data of the 3D model is downloaded with the radiogram from two sides. There are radiograms imagery in two areas of our interests. They can be seen on the right and on the left-hand side with whitish areas. And we also downloaded the vectorized boundaries of the cultural heritage zones. There are basically two radiograms which partially go beyond these limits, on which underground structures were detected, and then the restructuring of the boundaries was carried out with the blue color on the basis of newly attained data. Likewise, we did the structuring and boundaries of a preserve zone on the basis of three indicators of possible buffer of the preserved zone. Actually, the regulations for this keep changing in Ukraine. As far as I know now, it is up to 300 meters within the boundaries. But again, changes can occur in the legislation if a territory is very densely built. Then probably the boundaries of the preserved zone can be shifted a little bit. So the preserved zone is here at the distance of 100 meters, which is not the way it should be according to regulations, but for testing purposes of the module that would be sufficient. And this preserve zone can be exported in DXF exchange format, and all the vector data can be used with the specified boundaries of the object, and we can export it in proper format and to open it up in any other piece of software. As a result of the work that we've done, we've carried out conceptualized methods of defining the boundaries of cultural heritage areas, and we've proved the importance of interdisciplinary approach to define these components, and we created a software module which has three components of methods for this work to be successful. Thank you for your attention.
Дякую за доповідь, Борисе.
Thank you very much, Boris. So time has come to summarize the work of our 2 days of work. I would like to thank the Research Institute of Geodesy and Cartography, the Ukrainian Society of Cartography, with the support of the Ministry of Agrarian Policy, the State Service for Geodesy and Cartography and Cadastre, as well as the Ministry for the Development of Territorial Communities. And we would like to thank the EU Anti-Corruption Initiative, JICA, Japanese Agency for International
SoftPro, Twist та System Solutions. Дякуємо вам, шановні слухачі, дякуємо вам, шановні спікери, що ви були з нами.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for being with us. For today's, we are not asking any questions as to what the infrastructure of geospatial data is needed for. This is really relevant and urgent task. And we've had many presentations to that effect. As a matter of fact, addressing the challenges that occur during the martial law in Ukraine, we do need to use this structural and systemic approach to make sure that we resolve them. All these issues are interconnected and require comprehensive approaches. We've heard about the methods of gathering relevant data and how they can help us in the recovery of Ukraine. We've spoken about land cadastre, city construction, cadastre for tourist purposes, and so the Faculty of Information Systems and Territorial Management, the Department of Cartography. Thank you, each and everyone, for active cooperation. We are open for further cooperation and ready to take part in further projects to recover Ukraine. Our university and our department are proud of their graduates. We are very proud of those who are actively working according to their profession. Welcome to our university, and we kindly invite you to cooperation. The Conference of Geospace, Geospatial Data in 2023 is adjourned. Thank you very much, and glory to Ukraine.